It being 6 o'clock on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, I'm calling this Board of Selectmen meeting to order, and we'll begin with the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
We can hear you guys.
And justice for all.
They can't hear us.
Now we can.
This meeting is being recorded by the local scene. Anyone intending to make an audio or video recording of this meeting should notify us at this time. Financial assistance applications are available on the town's website or by calling the Selectmen's office. For anyone interested in volunteering, there are a number of vacancies on various committees and boards. I would say Finance Committee needing the most members. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to be a finance expert. You just need to be curious about the budget and want to know how your tax money is being spent and be willing to ask questions. So consider that appointment. To see a complete list of openings, please visit our website at kingstonma.gov. Let's see, please check our website for additional events or notices. We have a couple coming up soon. So on Monday, this coming Monday, we have our Memorial Day Parade, which will begin at 10 a.m. near Cancun, and we'll go down Main Street, Landing, Linden, Main, Green, Summer, and Evergreen, concluding at the townhouse for a ceremony on the townhouse lawn, followed by a community cookout. Everyone is welcome, and we hope to see you there. And thank you to the Memorial Day Parade Committee for all the planning, and to the veterans and the Veterans Department, who does a lot of the planning for that event. The Best Buddies Challenge bike ride will be going through Kingston on Saturday, May 30th, so keep that in mind. It shouldn't be a huge impact on traffic, but if you see that occurring, you'll know what's going on. The annual town meeting will be held Saturday, June 6th at the intermediate school, starting at 9 a.m. And please keep in mind, we need 100 registered voters by 9 a.m. in order to get started. We have to wait for you if you're not there. In a town with 10,000 voters, sometimes it's hard to get 100 people to show up. So please come, vote. This is how we run this town. This is how we fund the budget and change our bylaws. So please come. Old Colony Elder Services is looking for a Kingston representative for the OCES Board Director position. Please see the Board of Selectmen's office if interested. And then one more event. We have our Tricentennial Proclamation on Saturday, June 27th. At 1 p.m., there will be a ceremony here on the town, actually up on the town green. So come join us and local dignitaries as we celebrate the historic event of Kingston evolving from the North Precinct of Plymouth in 1726. Are there any other announcements other than welcoming Sheila back to the board? And Joe, welcome to the board.
Thank
the
you.
Election Saturday.
Thanks, guys.
These are your new selectmen, and thank you to everyone else who ran as well. And if you're interested in something other than being on the Board of Selectmen, again, we have plenty of openings. So welcome. Happy you're here.
Thank you.
Any other announcements?
I got nothing.
Nope.
That was funny.
That is a lot. It was a mouthful. Okay, so open forum. Is there anyone here who would like to speak at open
It's
forum?
me today on Zoom, Will Cushman. Hello, my name is Will Cushman, 273 Main Street, Kingston, Mass. I'm coming to you to update you guys on some Commission on Disability stuff. I did some research just today, and I believe that most of the, I forget if I said this at the last meeting, but most of the Commission on Disability funding comes from municipal budgets. So as I don't have a commission, I just want to let you guys know that as well. I'm working on getting more people, hopefully sometime soon. And a couple weeks ago, I talked to somebody at a public meeting that in the town hall about there's some lights that are being kind of bothersome about. For instance, there's Shepherd's Funeral Home lights that are just shining super bright. I don't see why they can have to be on all night. And then there's a place next door with a big light on a barn, which is, from what he said, is very bright. So I'm just requesting from that person the person who brought this to my attention, hopefully maybe to have those shut off so people can possibly have a good night's sleep.
Thanks, Will.
And one last thing is I want to say welcome to Mr. Cunningham and Sheila Vaughn back to the Board of Selectmen, and Mr. Cunningham to the Board of Selectmen.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will.
The best.
Scott, if someone
And
had
one
a
last
question.
thing.
Sorry, go ahead, Will.
Sorry, that was my bad. I just really wanted to remind everyone in the community that passing a school bus is illegal. And
That's a good reminder.
when the red lights are flashing. And school buses do include school vans, which anything that has anything that says school bus with a big yellow sign, either on the roof that says school, anything with the word school bus on it is considered a school bus and can be passed at any time when the red lights are flashing.
Okay, thank you, Will.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Will.
I will.
If someone had a question about streetlights, when they're on or when they're off, would that fall under highway? Where does that fall? Highway? Okay.
It's actually not.
Sorry, Will, I was asking Scott, the town administrator.
It's not the street lights. It's on Shepherd's Funeral Home.
Understood.
The street lights, and there's a big light on a big barn in the building next to it, which is blaring into somebody's bedroom.
Understood. So I would say, but I had some questions from folks about some street lights too, so I was just confirming
Okay,
that.
my bad.
Okay. All right, anyone else? No? Okay. All right, so first appointment is reorganization of the board. Every year after our town election, the selectmen discuss and vote a new board chair, vice chair, and clerk. So, you can, yes, it goes individually, so does anyone want to be chair? I am willing to do it if you guys would like me to do it again. I have done it in the past, but if someone is chomping at the bit to take over, have at it.
I nominate Kim Emberg to be chairman of the Finance Committee.
Not Finance Committee.
The
Nope.
Board of Selectmen for the
That was
next
good.
12 months.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Okay, does anyone want to be vice chair? Thoughts?
I don't mind being vice chair if someone wants to take over my clerk position.
Okay,
Yeah,
Anyone want to take notes?
I can do code.
all right.
I've done it in the past myself, so,
So I'm.
unless Carl wants to be.
Carl?
No, thank you.
Do
Okay,
you want to be vice chair?
No, thank you.
Okay.
all right. Any comments from Joe? No? Good with whatever? Okay. I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Missy Bateman for the position of Vice Chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then do you want to make the nomination?
Yes. I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Sheila for the position of clerk for the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, that was easy.
All right.
Okay. Moving right along then.
Nice.
Okay, so we have a request from Kingston 300th Committee to place a Revolutionary War memorial stone at the town green. The person who had intended to be here to present this item is unfortunately unable to be here this evening. So just for the public's benefit, the memorial stone, the intention is to place it on the town green dedicated to the citizens of Kingston that served during the Revolutionary War. The stone would be approximately 30 inches long, 10 inches wide, and about 20 to 24 inches tall with a base. I don't have any objection to it, but I don't know if anyone else has questions or objections to that.
I have no
request.
comments.
I have nothing, so I move the Board of Selectmen allow the placement of the Revolutionary War Memorial Stone to be placed on the town green.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so we are joined this evening by Jason DeRocher? Was I close? Not even close, okay. Well, to present the housing production plan. So if you would like, you could join us up at that microphone and just introduce yourself and talk about the plan. Missy,
Good
do you have
evening.
slides?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Chair Emberg, members of the Board of Selectmen. My name is Jason DeRoger. I am the Senior Planner for Housing at the Old Colony Planning Council. I'm here tonight to present the Draft Kingston Housing Production Plan, or HPP, as I'll refer to it here on out, for 2026 through 2031, and request formal adoption by the Board of Selectmen of the plan so it can be submitted to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, or EOHLC, for formal certification.
Thank you.
When you get set up, you can
Yep,
go to the
sorry.
second slide.
So close. There we go. Nope, yep.
Yeah, just take
It's
this
coming.
That's just the introduction slide.
Next.
Maybe. How's that?
Thank you.
Welcome.
This plan is Kingston's 5-year housing strategy. It is intended to help the town address housing affordability, changing household needs, and long-term planning priorities, while also supporting progress towards state housing goals. It is important to note, however, that this is a policy and planning document. It does not approve any specific housing project. Housing production plans help support towns' sort of progress towards 40B. So it does have a 40B sort of component to it. It is a requirement under 40B. However, the housing production plan is not specific to any particular 40B project. And so that's just an important distinction. Next slide, please. Kingston currently has just over 5,200 year-round housing units, with 272 units on the subsidized housing inventory, or just under 5.2%. That is below the state's 10% benchmark, which means the town still has a little bit of work to do if it wants to expand its affordable housing options and strengthen its position under 40B. Next slide, please. The plan identifies several key housing challenges in Kingston, such as limited housing diversity, rising costs for both renters and homeowners, which means increasing cost burdens, and zoning and development constraints that limit the range of housing options that are available for residents. Next slide. The plan also reflects changing demographics, especially at an aging population and smaller household sizes, which means Kingston will need a broader mix of housing options over time. The one thing to note here is that Kingston's median age is increasing quite rapidly, with rapid growth specifically in residents age 65 and older, and especially among 75 plus. So there's a very specific or unique housing needs for that particular population, which this housing production plan does spend a great deal of time sort of talking about. My colleague Joanne Zygmunt is working on the Kingston's age-friendly plan, and we worked sort of in tandem to make sure that the housing goals that are identified in the housing production plan are part of the overall age-friendly sort of process that she's been working on as well. Next slide. The plan identifies the need for housing that supports seniors, smaller households, local workers, households with more moderate incomes, and people looking for smaller or lower maintenance homes. In other words, this is not about one population only. It is about making sure Kingston has housing options for residents at different life stages and income levels. One thing that I was fairly committed to in this housing production plan was to make sure that we looked at life cycle housing. That someone who's born in the town of Kingston, if they choose to, can go through their various life stages in town and remain in town without having to move away and then potentially come back if they're able to afford to. Next slide, please. A major theme of the housing production plan is that housing should be added in ways that are gradual, context-sensitive, and aligned with Kingston's character. The plan focuses on small-scale options, appropriate growth areas, adaptive reuse of maybe underutilized properties, and design-sensitive approaches rather than dramatic change to established neighborhoods. It was pretty clear in the beginning through working with the planning board, the Affordable Housing Trust, and through the survey and public engagement processes that was part of the housing production plan update, is that people didn't want to lose the character of Kingston. And so it was my charge, I suppose, was to make sure that we could balance housing production with sort of maintaining neighborhood characters. That nothing in this housing production plan will significantly alter the way in which Kingston currently exists, I suppose. Next slide, please. The recommendations are organized around 5 strategic goals: strengthening housing leadership in town, creating new housing opportunities, modernizing zoning, preserving affordability, and improving education and engagement. So that's really sort of all of the strategies are built around these 5 goals. Next slide, please. Okay. Implementation will require coordination among the Planning Department, Affordable Housing Trust, and also includes sort of support through various other town boards and local partners, including the Board of Selectmen, the Housing Authority, the CPC, and other local partners. Missing middle housing is something that sort of is discussed a lot, but not a lot of people know what it is. I guess from an insider baseball perspective, this is really what we're referring to. It's everything that exists outside of detached single-family homes to low and mid-rise apartment buildings. So everything that's in the middle there, from heritage conserving infill, which is sort of like a larger single-family home that might be able to be converted into a 2-family, for example. So it maintains the scale and sort of look of a single-family home, but has sort of like maybe an upper and a lower unit or a front and back, for example. A duplex, triplex, and fourplex, for example, townhomes and small apartment buildings are sort of, from planning perspective, is what we refer to when we discuss missing middle housing. And that's really what the Kingston Housing Production Plan is focused on. Next slide, please. This one was out of place, but it's essentially the lead entities for the Housing Production Plan implementation plan is largely the Kingston Planning Department and the Affordable Housing Trust. Supporting partners include Kingston Housing Authority, Board of Selectmen, Community Preservation Committee, as well as the Old Colony Planning Council or other consultants. I've said this multiple times to the Planning Board. I've indicated it also to Val Massard, Town Planner, and the Affordable Housing Trust, that in any way that I can be helpful through a technical assistance or just general assistance on sort of implementing the housing production plan. We work with towns to submit one-stop applications and other grant applications to be able to support towns in actually implementing some of the things. So it's not just a plan that goes on a shelf or sits somewhere, that it's actually implementable over a 5-year period. Next slide, please. The key benefits of HPP adoption. Adopting the housing production plan gives Kingston a clear roadmap for housing policy, strengthens eligibility for certain state funding opportunities, and may support temporary safe harbor protections under 40B if the town meets required housing production thresholds. With an approved housing production plan, Kingston may be better positioned to claim temporary safe harbor protections if it produces affordable housing at the thresholds established by state law. So without going into too much detail, if over the timeline of the housing production plan, Kingston produces 26 units, that gives you, the town, 1 year of safe harbor protections, which is 0.5% of housing. 52 units within sort of like that time period gives you 2 years of safe harbor protections. For some towns, safe harbor is important to not put a strain on resources or infrastructure. Next slide. The next steps are local adoption, essentially formal approval by the Board of Selectmen and submission to EOHLC by June 30th. Tonight's action would allow the town to formally adopt the plan and move it towards state review and certification. I guess in closing, the housing production plan gives Kingston a clear and locally grounded framework for addressing housing needs, preserving current affordability, and guiding future housing decisions. I respectfully request that this Board of Selectmen adoption of the plan so it can be submitted to EOHLC for certification by June 30th of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Comments?
I think the plan looks good. I think the problem, at least for the 20 years that I've been working at government here in Kingston, is that there is never any development. I don't care if it's a 6-unit development or a 46-unit development that doesn't get pushback from some neighborhood group, for one group or another. I just hope that we as town committees, et cetera, can be strong in trying to support housing development in this town. And I think that's the only way we're ever going to get anything built.
No, and that's fair. And what I will say is under goal 5, the educate and engage goal, it's also recommended maybe that the town, whether themselves through the Affordable Housing Trust or in coordination or collaboration with groups like Old Colony Planning Council and other agencies, to sort of like host informational sessions and sort of work groups and sort of public forums around what is, so chapter 2, I spend a little more time than I probably should in the plan sort of talking about housing and sort of like what is affordable housing and what does affordable housing mean. I've worked in a number of communities. I started my career in Boston, and so I'll use that as sort of an anecdote, I suppose, that you can have city councilors, you can have residents, and you can have sort of nonprofit organizations talking about affordable housing, but they're talking about different kinds of housing. And so essentially, whether you're in subsidized housing, you're in what we refer to as workforce housing, or you're in luxury housing, if you can't afford your housing, then it's not affordable. And so we really need to make sure that we're sort of breaking down the complexities of housing, and essentially it's home. And how do we make sure that the folks who live in town or want to sort of like who go out for school and maybe want to move back, or seniors who want to downsize, are able to get their homes in Kingston. And that might look different ways for different people with different preferences, but there is a whole section or a goal around education and sort of advocacy to make sure that folks that are coming out against a project or a development are equipped with the facts and the knowledge, because a lot of what they're, and I experience this sort of like helping towns comply with MBTA communities 3A zoning, is that a lot of people came to town meeting or came to forums because they didn't have the information. They were making the information up for themselves, which was largely not the case in most cases. And so once I had the opportunity to sit down with them and talk them through their concerns, their anxieties, they came out of it with a better framework of sort of like, well, maybe this isn't as bad as what I thought it was. So, but that point is well taken.
Does the plan address ADA accessibility as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It talks about universal design and some frameworks of ADA accessibility. There's this sort of like a balance that needs to be maintained, because it's not like a specifically senior housing plan. Mm-hmm. Not that all ADA is just senior specific, but sure. It has to be sort of like, so universal design is a way to sort of like cater to the needs of an aging population, while also to families and other folks that might benefit from general accommodations.
Sure. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? No?
I move the Board of Selectmen approve the housing production plan as presented and allow the chair to sign the letter on behalf of the board.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I will make sure that the Board of Selectmen and the acknowledgements are updated with the new.
Sure, of course. Okay, great. We're going to skip 4 for the moment, so I don't see our capital planning chair here. And we're not quite to 6:30, so we can't do our public hearing. So we'll move to approval of the issuance of the debt associated with the school roof project and approval of the rollover of the well site design and permitting. So do you want to talk about this at all? Or I guess, I mean, there's a very, 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 very long motion here for us to read, but essentially, we just need approvals on the bond language. Is that, am I getting that right, Ken, for the roof and the well? Okay. Which means we have to do story time. So who wants to read this very
Sure.
long motion?
Great, I got this.
Okay.
So we hereby determine, in accordance with General Law, Chapter 70B, that the cost of the elementary school roof replacement project authorized by a vote of the town passed on October 28th, 2025, Article 1, being financed with proceeds of a portion of the notes defined below, together with all other bonds and notes of the town previously issued to pay costs of this project, does not exceed the portion of the total cost of the project that is not being paid by the school facilities grant, and we hereby approve the issuance of notes and bonds to finance this project under General Law, Chapter 70B. Further, to approve the sale of the $1,900,000, 3.75% general obligation bond, anticipation notes, the notes of the town dated May 29th, 2026, and payable May 28th, 2027 to Piper Sandler and Company at par and accrued interest, if any, plus a premium of $13,623. Wow.
I told you.
Further, that in connection with the marketing and the sale of the notes, the preparation and distribution of the notice of the sale and preliminary official statement dated May 6, 2026, and the final official statement dated May 13th, 2026, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, be and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further, the town treasurer and the Board of Selectmen be and hereby are authorized to execute and deliver a significant events disclosure undertaking in compliance with Section Rule 15C2-12.
I think it's SEC.
SEC rule, sorry, 15C2-12 in such forms as may be approved by a bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference in the notes for the benefit of the holders of the notes from time to time. Further, that we authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-insurance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax-exempt status of the notes and to comply with relevant securities laws. Further, that any certificates or documents relating to the notes, collectively the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of a signature page to a document by electronic mail in a PDF file or by other electronic transmission shall be as effective as delivery of a manually executed counterpart signature page to such document. And electronic signatures on any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purposes of the documents and all matters relating thereto, having the same legal effect as original signatures. Further, that each member of the Board of Selectmen, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be, and hereby are, authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them, or any of them, to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes.
Great job.
Thanks.
Now, I'll do the second part, the tough part. Second,
Any questions? That was a lot. No? We're good? All right. All those in favor?
aye.
Whew. Thanks. Told you that was long.
Yep.
Okay. All right. It is 6:30, so we can skip to the public hearings. Okay. So I'm going to skip ahead to number 8, which is our first of the public hearings. So we have an adjudicatory, you say it.
An adjudicatory?
I guess. It's that's not what it looks like. Public hearing. Oh, even better. Dude, why don't you tell them what we're going to do? That'll be easier. You just turn this
Make
mic
your
on right here
microphones
and
on.
then introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kayla Venchkowskis. I'm an attorney with the firm Mead, Tellerman, and Costa. I serve as town council. I am here on agenda items number 8 through, I believe it's 11.
10 and 11, yeah.
And these are liquor license hearings. These are public hearings, so I just want to give a quick explanation as to how we will be proceeding. So the board will open the hearing. The public hearing notice will be read into the record. I will give a brief overview of the facts underlying why we're here today. The licensees will be provided an opportunity to speak and to respond. Myself and the board will have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions. The hearing will then be opened up to the public to provide public testimony, and then I will provide the board with a summary of options, and we will close the hearing for the board to deliberate and take action or not on the licenses. And for the purposes of agenda items 8 through 10, we're going to consolidate these because they are the same licensee and transferee for each license. And so what I'm going to ask the board to do is to open the hearing, read all 3 public notices into the record, and then I will take it from there.
Okay. So, should I read the notices first and then open the hearing? We should open the hearing?
I would open the hearing first.
Open the hearing first, okay. So, does someone want to make a motion to open the public hearing?
I move the board open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So read the first 3 public hearing notices. Okay. Board of Selectmen of Kingston as licensing authorities will hold a public hearing at Kingston Townhouse, 26 Evergreen Street, Kingston, Massachusetts, on May 19th, 2026, at 6:30 PM for Indian Pond Country Club, Function Room 60, Country Club Way, Kingston, Massachusetts, to show cause why the annual restaurant all alcoholic beverage license should not be modified, suspended, or revoked for violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Sections subsection 15A and 23, transfer of the privilege of a license without proper approval, failure to disclose all persons who have a direct or indirect beneficial interest in said license, and/or permitting an illegality to take place in or on the licensed premises, to wit, noncompliance with MGL Chapter 138. Second notice. The Board of Selectmen of Kingston as licensing authorities will hold a public hearing at Kingston Townhouse, 26 Evergreen Street, Kingston, Massachusetts, on May 19th, 2026, at 6:30 PM for Indian Pond Country Club, The Grill Room, 60 Country Club Way, Kingston, Massachusetts, to show cause why the annual restaurant all alcoholic beverage license should not be modified, suspended, or revoked for violation of MGL Chapter 138, is it subsection?
No, section.
Just section, okay. Section 15A and 23, transfer of the privilege of a license without proper approval, failure to disclose all persons who have a direct or indirect beneficial interest in said license, and/or permitting an illegality to take place in or on the licensed premises, to wit, noncompliance with MGL Chapter 138. And the third. The Board of Selectmen of Kingston as licensing authorities will hold a public hearing at Kingston Townhouse, 26 Evergreen Street, Kingston, Massachusetts, on May 19th, 2026, at 6:30 PM for Indian Pond Country Club Members Pub, 60 Country Club Way, Kingston, Massachusetts, to show cause why the annual restaurant all alcoholic beverage license should not be modified, suspended, or revoked for violation of MGL Chapter 138, Section 15A and 23, transfer of the privilege of a license without proper approval, failure to disclose all persons who have a direct or indirect beneficial interest in said license, and/or permitting an illegality to take place in or on the licensed premises, to wit, noncompliance with MGL Chapter 138.
Thank you. All right, so for these 3 licenses, we're here because on or about April 27th, 2026, the town became aware that there was a transfer of ownership of the Indian Pond Country Club from Indian Pond Country Club Incorporated to Palma IPCC Incorporated. Indian Pond Country Club holds 3 separate licenses, as you were just made aware, and to date, the board has not been asked to approve any of the license transfers. And so essentially, a transfer of ownership requires approval by the local licensing authority, or in this case, the Board of Selectmen, and approval by the ABCC. We received applications yesterday for transfers, but the board has not had an opportunity to approve such transfers. And so we are of the understanding that the premises is being operated by a new owner without a valid liquor license.
And when you get to the microphone, just make sure the little green light is on, and then if you could just introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Albert DiNapoli. I'm the attorney for Palmer IPCC, Inc., the new owner of the property. Just by way of background, I want to congratulate the chair, the new members of the board. I was a selectman for 6 years in my town and chairman of the finance committee for 7. And the only reason I say that because I understand the severity of the situation. And I understand the difficulty of the situation. And certainly we did not want to cause any harm, any confusion with the town or the board. The country club is a very important part of the town, the neighborhood, and the citizens of Kingston. We were in the process of buying the property, and the 100% owner of Palmer IPCC, Inc., Bobby Palmer, is with me today to also answer any questions. He is the 100% owner. Yesterday we came forward and we submitted 3 lengthy and large packages, as I'm sure the board and the attorney understand, of transferring, seeking to transfer the liquor licenses to the new property owner. But we also submitted, and I hope the board has had a chance to review, a interim management agreement. And the idea was that, is that although the property itself was purchased by Mr. Palmer's company, if you will, that the liquor license owner is staying on board to operate the liquor license. We know there was a timing issue, and Mr. Tonsberg entered into the interim management agreement with us that he is staying on board. He has complete, absolute control of the liquor sales, liquor license, all the revenues, his revenues. He has maintaining insurance that's detailed in the interim management agreement, that his employees on the sale of alcohol are staying on board. So although there are 2 things here, we believe. There's the property and there's the liquor licenses. And Mr. Palmer, through his company, purchased the property. But we knew that the liquor sales had to be operated without Mr. Palmer, but to the present owner of the liquor licenses until the year's approval of the transfer of those liquor licenses. And that's why we had completed before the sale the interim management agreement. That's why Mr. Tonsberg has agreed to stay on and be active. In fact, he is renting an office at the location. He'll be on site, and so those facts, we believe, mitigate anything that I think that may not have followed the letter of irregulation here. And we ask that the board take that in consideration. Understand that although it may appear as if the liquor license is transferred, that's not what happened. There's a property component, and that's separate. And that's all we purchased at this time. Of course, we intend to seek the transfer of the liquor licenses, and that those applications have been submitted. So we're working towards that. There's a lot of neighbors, consumers, customers who have engaged with the country club for a number of different, personal events that Mr. Palmer, through his company, will host at his site. But Mr. Tonsberg, through his company, who holds the liquor license, will be working all the alcohol there. And so we asked the board to consider that, to not take any action, suspension or revocation. Not only would it hurt the present license holder, the present property owner, but numerous individuals who, depending on the site for all kinds of events through the summer months. And we've worked closely with the neighbors. They're excited about the no ownership of the country club, and we hope to continue. And we're sorry that we're starting, this way with an issue, but it was an issue that we didn't really intend to happen, and that's why we had the interim management agreement. And if Mr. Palmer is here, if you'd like to ask him any questions, or myself, of course, we're here to answer any.
Unless the board would like to ask questions, I do have a few, and then I can turn it over to the board for any. Okay. Can I ask what date the property was transferred?
May 1st.
May 1st.
And may I ask, do you have a copy of the interim management agreement?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we do have a copy of the purchase and sale agreement. I'm not sure if this is a draft or this is the fully executed form, but there is a section regarding transfer of liquor license in that agreement, page 36, which seems to acknowledge the requirement that the transfer acknowledges the obligation of both parties to obtain approval by the board and the ABCC in order to effect a transfer. And I believe this was drafted in April of 2026, or maybe finalized in April of 2026. But it looks like there was notice of the transfer obligations at that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. I was trying.
That's okay, that's okay. Based on the language in the purchase and sale agreement, which was either drafted or executed in April of 2026, the parties were on notice that the transfer of the license needed board and ABCC approval. Is that correct?
Yes, and we understand that's true, that has to happen. That's why we had the interim management agreement, knowing that, as we recognized in the asset purchase agreement, that's something that has to happen before Mr. Palmer or his company can operate the liquor service there. So that's true.
Okay. And so I'm looking at the interim management agreement, and when I look at the language of this agreement, it's not clear to me that the management agent, Mr. Palma, that's you, I'm unclear what role the original licensee has from day to day. I understand that they may be retaining an office, they may be on site, but can you elaborate, because I'm just concerned that it looks like the transfer has been made on paper, but Mr. Palma, I think it looks like you still might retain sole control of day-to-day decisions related to the liquor license, other than the fact that the old owner might be ordering the alcohol.
We'll submit the final order for approval. So say if we need to make certain orders or whatever we're going to do, we then place it, he approves it, and then he places the order.
And he's on site for this?
He has been, yes, yep.
And not only that, I said he has leased an office to be on site too, so he will be on site.
I mean,
And he continues to be on site.
the goal is to get the transfer done as soon as possible so he's not on site, but currently that's what we have to do right now.
Okay. And I just want to point out too, I mean, I'm sure you know, but the transfer of who serves as your manager also requires local licensing authority approval. So the interim management agreement is not actually effective until the local licensing authority approves the transfer of a manager. or the implementation of a new
He's
manager?
still the same manager. Mr. Tonsberg is the manager of record on the liquor licenses. So that hasn't changed either. His company holds a liquor license. It's on the liquor license itself. Mr. Tonsberg is the manager of record. So that's not changed as well at this point. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I just want to look at the section employees. It says, and you just mentioned that the licensee agrees to use only its present employees, but then it goes on to say, all such employees shall be employed by management agent. So I believe you mentioned that IPCC would retain its own employees, and those employees would be charged with the operation of the liquor license premise, but you are actually the employer of the employees, is that correct?
Correct. All the employees are the same. There are no new employees that are handling the liquor at all.
And if you're both obtaining liquor license insurance, or you both maintain liquor license insurance?
Yes.
Both have liquor license insurance as well as general liability insurance and workers' comp insurance.
Okay. So you've taken on, so you are now fully own the property. You employ the employees who are similar or the same as the employees who were previously employed by the original licensee. And he is maintaining all responsibility for liquor license obligations, including running the day-to-day operations of the liquor license premise.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Apologies, I just want to make sure I ask you all my questions right now. Actually, I'm going to turn to the board if the board has any questions.
Any questions so far?
I have a general question, is what is the quickest and most efficient way of resolving this situation, in a favorable way to see that the country club can continue to operate in business?
So you have submitted all three of your applications to date, is that correct?
Yes,
Correct.
we have.
And will you be you will obviously be changing the manager of the operations as well?
We have a new manager application in there with his query, his certificate of alcohol service, his passport, copy of his driver's license.
Yes, it's all in.
So it's all in there for a new manager.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I will answer that question, but can I just ask one more question about compensation? It looks like, so it looks like the original licensee will be receiving the compensation from this property or these properties, but then they're paying it to you. Is that correct?
It's only to use to pay for the use of, ordering the liquor and whatever to bring the revenue. It will all go to the license holder now. Okay, it will all be his revenues. It's just that those revenues will be used to buy the liquor and all the supplies surrounding any of the liquor and ancillary matters concerning the service of liquor.
Okay. So you're just being paid a rental fee?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to Mr. Pike's question. So I think, based on what you've just told me, it sounds like you have 3 applications in. I am now of the understanding that the original licensee, Mr. Tonsberg, is remaining on-site, in charge of operations. He is receiving all monies received for alcohol purchased. He is making the purchase of all alcohol. He is retaining liquor liability insurance, and you are not proposing to change the manager on this property.
Exactly. That's all true.
Until the transfer happens, which hopefully it is.
And he has agreed to stay on until that transfer is finalized.
Yes, he has. As said in the management agreement, it's contemplated there will be a change, yes.
Okay. So then, we still have to open it up for public testimony, but the quickest way to resolve this issue, I think, is we've received assurance that Mr. Tonsberg remains involved and that he remains on-site and he remains liable and responsible for all liquor license premise obligations and responsibilities. The board can schedule a hearing on the applications that they've received yesterday. We, of course, can't consider those today because they weren't noticed. And so we can't consider any information that may be contained within, but it does sound like some of the concerns that I had were the lack of, was the change in manager, which would have been, which would have required things, as you know, like a Corey form, DOR, DUA, certification of compliance, financial records, but it seems like that's all forthcoming and you are not actually changing the ownership interest of the license to date. I would caution, though, that my concern when I first looked at this management agreement was that you were on paper transferring, or I'm sorry, you were only the manager on paper. And so I want to make sure that we're clear that all liquor premises and license obligations remain with the original licensee.
Correct.
Okay.
Until the transfer, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
So then the board will now take all steps to schedule a hearing on the new applications. And we have agreement that the original owner will remain on-site and in charge until such date as the transfer is effected by both the board and the ABCC.
And just one other step, we've talked to the assessor's office. Pam there has a list already, because I spoke to her yesterday, of all the abutters and prepared with all the labels. I didn't have the $75 in cash to give. I only had $55, so I have to send her a check, and she'll send it to me. But we're having plenty of time to get the hearing notice, because I know it has to be publicized for the transfer, and then we have 3 days to notify the abutters and certify. So we get that process moving too.
Okay. Before we close the hearing and the board makes any determinations, I do you have anything else to add? And does the board have any additional questions?
That wasn't my only question, sorry.
I do have to go close my windows after this, because my windows are done. If anybody's windows are done. So I did notice in his interim management, it does say within 30 days that you would try to get the licenses in, which you actually, it's skirting into that part. Does that mean that should we try to get a meeting together?
No, I believe meant
quickly?
that we were going to file everything we needed to transfer
Yeah.
within 30 days.
Okay.
of this,
I
which
just want to
we
make sure
have.
if we need to have a meeting quicker than the next
We
two
we
weeks.
have
great
to,
if we
yeah, we
could.
have to post and,
Okay.
for a public hearing notice.
Okay. Just to make sure that can be done. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That was meant, we had 30 days from that time to get the process going, which we
Okay.
did.
So make sure we don't have to do anything quicker.
We were
than
well
that.
within 30 days.
No, that was my question.
So we don't have to pay him any more than we need to?
Yeah, it would be great if we could do it sooner, if that's possible.
Not that exactly.
I know you're going to set the summer schedule for the board, so
Oh, we'll see.
we'll look forward to that.
We've never had a summer schedule before, so it's the first thing.
Are we voting
First
right now?
time. Would you want to go shut your windows?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
guys.
go shut your
I'll have
windows.
my windows down and-
Sorry, we had thunder and now we've got
Is it gonna
people with
rain?
car windows open, so we'll adjust that.
Oh.
So I want to be accommodating to and build a positive working relationship with a new business owner in our town. We have kind of a history with the prior owner, so I guess my only concern is that I hope that this is what it says it is and that he does what he's supposed to do. So that's my only hesitation in any of this is I have concerns about that just based on our history working with him. But I also want to start on a good foot with you, so.
Yes, thank you very much, and I do as well. And I promise it'll be a much different situation going forward.
And I'm sorry, in the management agreement, you're listed as the management agent, but you mentioned that the old licensee is staying on as the manager. is management agent just a term of art you're using in this agreement between those two parties? You're not intending to become the manager of this business at this point?
He's not, and he's not even the manager of record that we have in our 3 applications. Bobby is not. There's another individual who has trained in the service for years that's going to be the manager of record. It's just management agent, which is a term of art to get the management agreement as to how Mr. Tonsberg's going to stay on, while Mr. Palmer, through his company, is owning the property.
Okay. So what do you envision your day-to-day looks like on these specific rooms? So I believe it's a pub, a meeting room, and a function room. Because you own the property now, and now he is running the liquor business, what does your day-to-day look like?
I'm pretty much shadowing him all, whenever he's there to make orders, to do things. I'm in each department, working with the girls in the events, the golf department, the members pub. I mean, essentially just trying to take it and revamp it, make it what it should be. That's my goal the last 2 weeks that I've been doing, is just looking at the vision and trying to recreate it and make it what it should be.
Okay.
So yeah, day to day I'm there, every day.
But you don't have control over the beverage operations?
I'm not putting the orders in, no, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
When you say control, you mean like providing direction and actual
Exactly.
management oversight?
Exactly. Authority over management, ordering, making decisions, exactly. Okay.
Because if he were, then that
That would be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
I don't have any. I am also, hopeful that with the new ownership, we have a new relationship to build. So I'm hopeful that that's going to happen, and I look forward to
100%.
working with you.
I can promise you that.
Thank you.
I do just want to note that we need to open it up for public testimony as well. And so there may be additional questions at the end of that period, but is there anybody from the public who would like to speak on this matter?
Either in person or online. You guys can sit now for a little bit if you want. Yeah.
And I am just going to ask anybody who wants to speak, please provide your name and address prior to speaking, and please keep it to this topic, which is the liquor license, the purported liquor license transfer from Indian Pond Country Club to Palma IPCC Incorporated.
Sure. David Fuller, 233 Country Club Way. First off, I want to state that I am ecstatic that Mr. Palmer is taking over this club. This club has been a disaster, a nightmare for the residents of the Indian Pond community for the last 25, 30 years. As we all know, we won't get into the sordid details, but I first wanted to say that, and thank you. Honestly, thank you. And we do want to work with you 100%. But with that being said, I have various concerns. And here we go again. First of all, the owner of the license isn't even here. Where is he? He's asking for the he doesn't own the license. So he's making all these deals. The owner's not even here. Right? He didn't even have the cojones to come in here to talk to you people. Right? And then, I'm sorry, I forget your name. The attorney, yes, I'm sorry.
Kayla.
Kayla, you hit the nail on the head, right? The liquor license transfer was part of the purchase and sale agreement, right? They had the knowledge of what needed to be done, what was right by the law, right? Instead, what we have here is a continuation of Fred Tonsberg Sr. doing what he wants, right? Violating the town bylaws, violating the state laws. We have him coming in through his proxy, asking for forgiveness rather than permission. And at some point, we have to say no. No. 25 years of his nonsense. Enough is enough. And I'm sorry, you got in bed with a snake. You got in bed with a scumbag, a liar, and he's lied to this board for decades. They're embroiled in a lawsuit. The residents of the community are embroiled in a lawsuit with him. And no sooner did a judge dismiss the resident's claim than this transaction occurred. Not by the purchase and sale agreement, but instead, we come with this shady agreement after the fact. And they want you to buy it. Ask for some proof. This agreement's been going on for 3 weeks. Let's see the bank statements. Let's see what's been going on. Where's the transparency? Where do they have something to hide? If this is more than just paper, they should be able to provide this board proof that they've been acting in accordance with these agreements for the last 3 weeks. You're telling me the old man's sitting in there, the puppet master? So I'm still unclear. Whose employees are these? Are they seniors' employees? They're his same employees. Are they now under his new company? These employees are serving the liquor, right? Who has control over them? I mean, I have a lot of questions. Now, mind you, I'm a little fired up because I've been dealing with hell for 25 years in this neighborhood. And please don't misconstrue it. I want to go out and have a beer afterwards. I want to talk about how the heck we can make this community the greatest community on the South Shore, right? But I got a guy who has lied countlessly, broken so many promises and laws over the years, attempting to skate like a thief in the night with your money and not do the right thing for the town and the neighborhood. And that's not right. And that's not right. And I can't, in good conscience, stand here and allow that to happen, even though I wholeheartedly love the fact that you're buying the place. But I think at some point, he has to be held responsible. And to me, this is the final straw. And there has to be accountability. Right? So that's where I'm at. I actually didn't think I was going to make a little speech tonight. I actually thought this was going to get continued. So I wasn't really prepared. But that's what I got off the top of my head. So there you go. Just one man's opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Can I ask a question? I know it's the public, but just a quick question, just to speak to that. There is something in the sale agreement that is about the transfer of liquor license, and it speaks to the fact that a management agreement can be made. Is that true with the liquor licenses? Part B, transfer of liquor license? I'm just trying, it's not out of the scope of what we're doing,
That's a
right?
good question.
Okay.
So that's really an agreement between these two private parties. And, you know, from what I understand, and of course,
Mr.
What-
Fuller.
Mr. Fuller's right. You know, Mr. Tonsberg is not here to speak to,
Yep.
you know, his side of things. But the liquor license management agreement, from my understanding, doesn't change ownership of the liquor license as we've been assured. I mean,
Okay.
Just, so from what I understand, the manager is unchanged. And so the owner and manager remains Mr. Tonsberg of record. And of course, the board can give whatever credibility it does to the fact that he is not here to speak, you know, on the purported transfer of the license. But,
Okay.
you know, I thank Mr. Fuller for raising that. It's up to the board.
Just let's let her finish. And then,
That's actually all I have on that. If the board would like to allow response.
you might want to wait until, there may be other things you want to
Yeah.
respond to. Okay.
My name's Ken Boelli, 111 Wapping Road. I've lived in this town for 30 years. I've seen that golf course the same as Mr. Fuller has. But I also know Bobby Palmer, And I know Bobby Palmer didn't get to where he is today by doing things illegally. He's just laid out a lot of money to help this community. And to put hurdles in front of him at this point is a ridiculous notion. Now, in every large sale, private sale, there's a certain amount of non-disclosure. There's a certain amount of secrecy you want around the deal. So for Mr. Palmer's agents to come to the select board prior to a deal being closed, I think would have been premature. Now, in any transfer of ownership and in any transfer of management, there is, I know myself because I hold a liquor license in this town. And I know the procedure, and I know it's a long procedure. And you folks wouldn't have been able to turn on a dime at the time that they knew that the deal went through. Because if they had come to you in April when they signed the P&S, they would have tipped their hand. And that's not smart business, as Mr. Palmer will tell you. So, hopefully, my being a man of tremendous standing in this town, like Bobby Palmer, I would hope that I would encourage this board, please. Let them take the time to do the change of management, to do the change of ownership, and get this license in action without any pause. All right? So thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thanks, Ken.
I have a question. If, for whatever reason, Mr. Tonsberg didn't hold up his part of this, he didn't start coming in, or he didn't, at what point is that, I mean, that would be a liability for the new owner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So
Well,
it's in their best interest to make sure that he's doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Yes, I mean, you
essentially.
couldn't continue operating the liquor licensed establishments, of course, because
Okay.
you don't have ownership or management authority.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to speak from the public? All right.
No one online either? Okay, did you want to address anything? I'm sorry, you'll have to go up there only because the microphone captures it for the folks at home and for the recording. We can hear you in here, but they can't. Sorry.
Someday we'll get one of those mics.
I think both individuals have said this whole thing is to move forward, and that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. So I know there's history, but we want to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, same thing. I don't know.
Thank you.
But if we could just put that money in a trust for the Indian
Separate-
Pond
separate
people, that
issues,
would be
separate
wonderful, so
issues.
they could get some of that money
Okay.
that they don't.
All right, so what are our options and what is your recommendation at this point?
All right, so
Should we,
I do just want to give a quick little sort of summary.
should we close the public
Not
hearing
yet.
first? Not yet, okay.
Mr. Tonsberg is the holder of this license, and he is not present tonight to speak on whether or not he effected a transfer of the liquor license. All we have is Mr. Palma and his counsel, who provided significant assurances that they are the new property owners, but they are not running this business. And so that means that the board needs to decide if they believe that Mr. Tonsberg retains ownership of both the premises and the operations day-to-day. The board has a few options here. If you believe that there's sufficient evidence that a transfer of ownership or a transfer of management has occurred, the board can either revoke the license, the board can suspend the license, and the suspension can be for either defined period or for an indefinite period. What an indefinite suspension would mean is that the suspension would be effective until, or it would be lifted upon approval by yourselves and the ABCC of a formal transfer of the license. The board could take no action. However, if you believe that there's sufficient evidence that a transfer has occurred, such no action would mean that they continue to operate without a valid license. If you can also continue this to another hearing or to another date time and date certain if you need more information. If you believe that there is not sufficient evidence to suggest that a transfer occurred, and you believe that Mr. Tonsberg retains ownership and authority and responsibility for his licenses, then my recommendation would be no action. And because no transfer of ownership or management has occurred.
Can I have a clarification?
Yes.
So transfer of ownership or transfer of management? What if there was a transfer of ownership but not transfer of management? Because I do feel like there
Of
was
the
a transfer.
liquor license, not the property.
Not the liquor license, so the property, the property can be owned by him, but not the act, so yes, so like, I just want to be sure that like the ownership of the licenses.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's not the ownership of the property, he has the ownership of the property, but it's the licenses that we're making sure that those are his, okay.
Exactly. And I realize that that's splitting hairs, but
No, but it's important to note, because I think that's important, okay.
But either a transfer of ownership or a new manager would require board approval. And so if you find that either occurred, then action would be appropriate on the license.
Okay. Thoughts?
And so at this point, do you want to close the hearing? Or does anybody have any questions, concerns, and want to add anything additional before we deliberate? Or you deliberate?
One more question. I just want to get him as quickly as possible to be everything. So if I need to get a meeting on the books as quickly as possible, I will, because I just want the other one out as quickly as possible. So
Right.
I just want to say that, you know, I feel bad because you did go into business with somebody that obviously people are not happy with, but we want you to run a business, and we do know that, you know, it's coming up on a holiday weekend, and I know that you do, you know, we don't want to ruin people's time and things that you have planned as well, because, you know, if somebody's getting married this weekend or something like that, there's nothing worse than saying, oh, by the way, you know, it's not just about, and I hear what David's saying, it's not just about him, and he's a terrible person, but it's about the people that are coming there for their weddings and for their events in these next few weeks that will be affected.
Yeah, so I guess the questions before us are whether there's sufficient evidence that an illegal transfer occurred or not, because I think that's the primary issue at hand for us to talk about. Is there anyone else from the public that wants to speak? No, okay. So do we want
I
to
move the board close the public hearing.
Second.
All three of them.
Second,
I think it was just one.
on all
but-
three of them.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And I do just want to add, you'll have to take action on all three licenses, a motion on each, yeah.
Okay.
I personally, as one member here, am willing to accept and believe that the new ownership of the country club is being truthful and is doing everything he can to get to a position where the liquor licenses are transferred legally. I also believe that he has this management, interim management agreement in place, and that he will be strong enough to see that Mr. Tonsberg, the current holder of the licenses, is in fact running the liquor operation. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So, it sounds like people want to not suspend nor revoke,
No action.
but allow them to move forward with this current arrangement and proceed with the transfer. This is what I'm gathering from the
So
board.
I'll make a motion to
What's the,
no action on the three motions
we're
for
gonna
each.
do them separately, so,
Yeah,
can you give her the wording of
Yep,
what you
let
would
me,
need to say?
I'll offer a motion if,
sure, absolutely, and I'll say so moved.
so a motion could be, I move to not revoke the all alcohol license issued to Indian Pond Country Club
Function room?
function room for the term beginning January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2026.
Okay,
So moved?
okay, so moved, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, guys, I forgot, that's my job, that's okay. Okay, so then, the motion would be moved to not revoke the all.
All alcohol license for Indian Pond
You got
Country
it, you
Club.
do it, Sheila.
Yes, to not revoke all alcohol license Indian Pond Country Club from January 1st,
The grill-
2026.
Is it the grill room?
The grill room. Mm-hmm. Good, the grill room from 1/1/26 to 12/31/26.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And lastly, not revoke all alcohol license for the, members pub.
Second.
Wait, you gotta say the whole
sorry.
rest of it.
1/1/26 to 12/31/26.
I don't think we named the licensee, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, not revoke all alcohol license
Members pub.
for the Indian Pond Country Club for the
Members pub.
members pub.
Sorry.
Okay, and then 1/1/26.
1/1/26 to 12/31/26.
Okay,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Because the notice was to revoke or suspend, should we modify the motion just to add or suspend?
we said we moved to take no action.
Okay.
No
Yeah, so
action.
no action should be good, right? For you?
No action.
Yeah, we're good.
He's not wrong, though. We might have said not revoke on the first one.
Okay,
Not
so I
revoke.
mean no action, take no action on both of
Take
them.
no action.
Friendly
Okay.
amendment.
Friendly amendment to no action, just want to make sure that,
Yes, take no action.
and hopefully get those licenses next week. Let's go.
Thank you for the, that was good. Thank you for that. Okay.
Do we need to schedule the next public hearing concerning this?
Not now. You've received the application, so that will be done in the normal course. They have to provide specific notice, so they might have an idea as to dates, but the board will really manage scheduling.
Tricia will be in touch with dates, right? Yeah. Ooh, was I throwing it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome to Kingston. Okay, so should we just move on to the second one? Okay. So this is similar issue. Okay, so this is another transfer of privilege of a license without proper approval or failure to disclose all persons who have a direct or indirect beneficial interest. So public hearing notice is the Board of Selectmen of Kingston as licensing.
We didn't open here.
Oh, you want to open it first?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't usually, that's why, throw me off, that's okay. We usually read the notice first.
Oh, then feel free.
Oh, it's fine, it doesn't matter. Do someone want to make a motion to open the public hearing and then I'll
I
read the
move
notice?
the board open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now. The Board of Selectmen of Kingston as licensing authorities will hold a public hearing at Kingston Townhouse, 26 Evergreen Street, Kingston, Massachusetts, on May 19th, 2026, at 6:40 PM for Brazilian Point Incorporated, 15 Main Street, Kingston, Massachusetts, to show cause why the annual convenience store all alcoholic beverage license should not be modified, suspended, or revoked for violation of MGL Chapter 138, Sections 15A and 23, transfer of the privilege of a license without proper approval, failure to disclose all persons who have a direct or indirect beneficial interest in said license, and/or permitting an illegality to take place in or on the licensed premises, to wit, noncompliance with MGL Chapter 138. Okay.
Okay, it seems like there's a lot here, so I guess for purposes.
Oh, 7 copies, we'll
okay.
take one and pass it down, that's fine. Perfect.
Thank you. I'll just briefly explain why we're here, and then I'll let you speak to what you brought. So, on May 4th, I believe it was May 4th, at a Board of Health hearing, the owner of record of this liquor license stated that, and I'm sorry, I wrote this quote down. The minutes are not yet ready. Okay. quote, "We sold the business about 2 months ago." And the owner went on to state to request that the Board of Health consider not issuing a 7-day suspension on the license because they didn't want the current owners to be penalized. The owner went on to state that he's still in possession and still owns the business, but is working through the process. Then later on, confirmed the business was sold 2 months ago and it was under new ownership. So I guess we're here because we've received information that the business was sold at, I think that's about 2.5, 3 months ago now. And we received no application for a transfer of the liquor license. And so if you'd like to speak to that.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer Allen, attorney on behalf of Brazilian Point Inc. and the client. Essentially, this is a case of miscommunication and misuse of legal terms and language. Mr. De Silva, the seller here, is in the process of selling his business. I know that Mr. De Silva stated that he sold the business because they had a signed purchase and sale agreement, the AP asset purchase and sale, which I gave you multiple copies of. This was a clear misstatement. Mr. De Silva has not transferred stock, nor has he relinquished any interest or ownership of the business. He remains the lawful owner and operator of the establishment and is still at the store every day. He has a signed asset purchase and sale, which I provided a copy for the board. A contemplated sale that has not closed does not constitute a violation warranting suspension, revocation, absent an actual conveyance of ownership or operational control. The buyers are in the process of transferring all of the licenses and permits in the lease. The buyer is also here to attest to this if you have any questions as well. Both Mr. De Silva and the buyers are aware that all licenses must properly transfer before the closing can take place, and both parties are actively working on this. As part of the sale, Mr. De Silva is currently also training the buyer in order to ensure a smooth transition when the sale occurs. And I had reviewed that document, and it also does speak to the training and the process for the transfer of the license. I encourage all of you on the board to visit the establishment, and you will see that Mr. De Silva is still at the store on a full-time basis, as he is still the owner. He has not transferred nor sold any stock or interest of any kind. He still has complete dominion and control over his business. Both the buyer and seller also have their own respective attorneys working on the sale for the business, and buyer also obtains a liquor license attorney to ensure a smooth transfer of the liquor license. In addition to the liquor licensing, my area is also real estate. So I do a lot of real estate closings. And I find that all of the time I have clients and sellers that once we have a purchase and sale signed, realtors come with other offers, they're talking to their friends, and they just say, I sold my house. And this comes up a lot all of the time, and I have to remind them, especially when we're waiting for a mortgage commitment or something goes wrong, technically, until that deed is on record at the Registry of Deeds, you haven't sold your house. But they use those terms interchangeably and incorrectly. And attorneys or members of the board, we look at those and use the terms differently, where some people, when they say, I sold the business. And this is what has occurred here. Mr. De Silva has a signed purchase and sale that both parties are working toward the sale, which you'll have, and this will be the same copy that's going to be filed with the transfer of the application for the liquor license. It was clearly incorrect to state that it was sold. Both parties are here tonight to confirm that there has been no contemplated sale, no transfer of beneficial interest or ownership, and no unauthorized use of this license. They're actively working together in good faith to properly transfer all of the licenses, as there's other licenses and permits that are also required and not just the liquor license, with the town, the licensing board, and the ABCC. And we request that you not take any action of suspension or revocation. And both parties are here, seller and buyer, happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Do you have an anticipated closing date?
So from the, depending on the transfer, they've been actually waiting for the transfer. They've been working on a new license because I know that, the lease. The landlord wanted a new lease. So they're just finalizing that because you need the lease for filing with the transfer of the application. And they wanted to make sure that they can ensure that they had a lease before moving forward with anything else. So they're just finalizing it, should be signing that this week. And then they have everything else that they're putting together and gathering for the application that they're working on that attorney with to then file the application. So based on when they get it into you, when they can have the hearing with the board, I know ABCC is taking a lot longer right now these days to approve them, but, so I'd say a few months, right? But they're right there at the end. What took so long was the negotiations and the lease with the landlord.
It says under other terms. They have to have the lease. Under other terms.
Yep.
They have to have that.
Yes, and everything's contingent upon the sale, the liquor license, the lease, everything, it's all contingent upon each other.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification and the documentation. I don't actually have any questions unless the board does.
I mean, I appreciate that you're both here. I think that does help. I don't know if you were here for the whole earlier discussion, so.
Oh, we got it all.
Oh, yeah. So you had a nice
We get to
demonstration.
enjoy it.
That. This seems reasonable to me. It seems like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in the right order. Maybe misspoke at the Board of Health meeting, maybe trying to avoid a violation on that. I totally understand. I understand. But this is sort of what happens, right? So we just have to be careful. I do understand purchase and sale feels like sold. It's sort of pending sale, right? That's where we are. I think he's doing everything right. I have no reason to penalize either of them, so.
I'm fine with this, the fact that there hasn't been a closing yet, the fact that the bill of sale states that the bill of sale shall be deemed effective upon the transfer of the liquor license from seller to buyer. I would say that I have no issues with it.
So we do have, because we've opened a hearing, we do have to allow public testimony, but did you want to add anything else before we do so?
Yes, so, just to add to this.
Sorry, if you could just state your name.
My name is Celio Da Silva, the current owner of Brazilian Point, and I've been in business for 10.5 years, and we have a very good track record. Wouldn't say perfect, but we've been doing what we've had to do for all of these years, and I would just like to thank everyone on the board, and sorry for miscommunicating, and yeah, just that.
He's just ready. He's ready to go. He's ready to hand it over.
Just need more parking in front of the building.
Yeah, but there's more parking out back.
Parking out back.
Back a few years ago, when I was in this boardroom, speaking against a bunch of lawyers just by myself and all that, that was the number one key factor, was the parking. And I was like, listen, guys, I have more parking than all of my competitors that are in this room all together. And then you guys granted us the license. But thank you very much once again.
I have no concern. And is there anyone online or here in the room that wanted to speak on this?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And then, is it safe to assume someone would like to make a motion to take no action?
Do you want
Offer
to?
a motion?
Yep, offer a motion for us, thanks.
I move to take no action on the all alcohol license issued to Brazilian Point Incorporated for the term beginning on January 1, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Good luck to you. Thank you. I can't wait till you take it over. They're smart. My
Thank you.
family does go there, they love it.
Okay. All right, so we gotta go back. Yep.
Do you need me for anything else?
I don't think so. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
help. Thank you. All right, we're going to move back to number 4, which is capital planning to present funding recommendations. So in our warrant, that would be, oh gosh, and just be mindful, we may decide to reorganize the order of these things, but for now, for now it is Article, where are we? 16, which falls on page 20 of our draft warrant. So if you guys want to get to that.
Okay, Heath Emberg, 214 Indian Pond Road, Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee. Thank you for having me here tonight. Does nobody want to stay for capital planning?
Nope.
Not even Dave.
So this year's been a complex year for the Capital Planning Committee, and I'm hoping that the articles are a bit simpler. The first one I'm going to go over is Article 16, what I generally call the free cash motion. Is what we're purchasing or moving to recommend that the town meeting agree to purchase capital equipment with free cash. Just to backtrack a little bit, this year I think we had, including advisory votes, but not including the water department's capital, we had, I think it was around $2.2 million worth of requests. That included $250,000 for a recreation project at Grays Beach that we supported unanimously. Our budget out of that, however, not including some of the debt financing, was just under $614,000, which has been comparatively low compared to recent years. Ultimately, we unanimously recommended a $604,000 budget for capital this year, leaving about $1.1 million unfunded, not including a few projects that were either withdrawn or that wind up getting another funding source. So 6 projects. I'm just going to read off the name of the project essentially. You should have the prices in front of you, the costs. We're hoping to replace the roof at the fire station headquarters, replace 3 cardiac compression units, and replace 1 cardiac monitor. For the fire department, this came to us as kind of an emergency item. They are emergency medical equipment, and due to new rules and best practices and such, they are now deemed to be expired in a planned obsolescence way. The equipment that we had passed inspection, but for liability reasons, we need to begin replacing it, and so this year we're doing that. You'll also see AEDs on the equipment article. That's also part of this group, but it fell below the capital threshold. 3, we're going to replace 3 police vehicles. 1 very powerful tractor it's a bit of an upgrade for KIS and KES. It'll handle a lot of their field work, including mowing, but it's also much stronger than the prior tractor, which is at the end of its service life at pushing snow, plowing snow on the sidewalks and parking lots. It was a real problem this year during the big storm. The equipment that they had could not move the snow, and the workers actually had to get out and shovel, which we don't want. We want them using machines to do the work. So we're replacing that dying tractor. Lastly, there is a replacement highway superintendent vehicle. Any questions about this section?
I just have one question. The 3 police vehicles, are they patrol vehicles primarily, Chief?
2 patrol vehicles, 1 detective vehicle.
Okay, perfect.
The
Thank you.
detective vehicle will not have an upfit, which all the police accessories, it should be something the public wouldn't recognize.
Okay.
So I don't want to get into too much detail.
No, that's okay. I just was curious for a vote. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there a reason it's listed as 3 police vehicles and not detailed as 2 and 1?
No.
Because I was just thinking, I wasn't sure if it was because of flexibility, because ordering and sometimes things.
Well,
get-
I asked for it to be, I sent a message to the town administrator
Okay.
about vehicles, because if at the time they go to purchase the Tahoes they're looking for, and the Tahoes aren't available, they could get Ford F-150s like the town of Plimpton uses. So we just I wanted that flexibility built in, that they didn't have to be within the SUV shape of vehicle, whatever vehicle was deemed appropriate, that they could source that if they needed to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that section?
No, that was it. Thank you.
No?
Just real quick, the tractor is it's been years. I can't remember the last time we replaced it.
The current one's a John Deere. The new one, if it passes, will be a Ventrac. They have it at the middle school.
Yeah.
So we've already kind of, the facilities director's already put it through a sort of test of what it can do over there. Now he wants it at those two schools.
We haven't had snow in like 5 years, so that's probably one of the reasons why.
I'm sorry?
We haven't had snow in 5 years, it's probably why I went to.
How old is the fire station that we're replacing the roof?
I believe it was a 20-year roof.
The fire chief said 1999.
Yeah, 1999.
Good year.
Anything else?
All right,
Okay.
moving on to Article 17. We have an article to replace Ambulance 3. It's approaching the end of its service life. The service life of an ambulance is about 10 years. In the past, if you remember me being up here, we've brought up ambulance refurb and remount, which is to extend the life of an ambulance. We've had some problems with that. The ambulances we've received, as the fire chief informed me, had some difficulties in the workmanship, and there's been some changes to the workforce at the shop that does the work. Additionally, a company has or will buy them soon and potentially consolidate locations under another place where they're not experienced in doing this work. So there's not a lot of belief that we can avoid any risk by continuing to go there. It's only going to potentially get worse. So we're looking to replace the ambulance this time.
So, sorry, just to be clear, is that article, the separate article, Article
Yes.
17? Okay. So that's page 22 in the
I
warrant
believe
that
that
we
they're
have.
using debt financing, but we weren't certain if it was going to be a new lease or a bond at the time that we did that.
Do we know?
At this point, the plan is to borrow from the vehicle.
Okay.
The ambulances, as I understand it, the average per year in ride fee revenues is about $1.7 million. The police can correct me, the fire chief can correct me if I'm wrong. The ambulance, that means with 3 ambulances, we're doing about an average per ambulance at $567,000. That revenue goes to the general fund. Over the service life of an ambulance, that would be about $5.7 million. The price for this ambulance is right around $640,000, but we have built in a substantial contingency because the prices on equipment and vehicles is crazy these days, to put it simply. And this ambulance will go to auction.
Any questions on the new ambulance?
It's gonna take 2 years to get it, so.
I never like ordering them so early, but I've been beaten down in the last 2 years concerning that, so I will give in.
I was just going
Sorry,
to say,
you're
it's
only one
probably
vote.
going to
You
be,
can still vote no.
probably going to be about 2 years from the factory. Would you say it's correct, Chief?
At some point in 2028.
2028.
Okay. Okay.
And I assume that if we don't have enough ambulances and we rely on mutual aid, all that ride revenue goes to the other town? Yeah. All right, moving on to the motion for the leases. We have a number of leases this year that we're paying. Some of them are just paying the third year of a 5-year lease. A lease, just to tell everybody who doesn't know, is basically, it's not like leasing a car where at the end of the lease you return the vehicle. This capital is basically just a financing program. Some notable ones I want to mention is that we are making the last 2 years' payments on the fire department's ladder truck. We're using money that has been held in escrow from some developers that wanted to, or that agreed to help finance the purchase of that truck.
Is there any way that we can consolidate these like we do with other things? Because being that it's the leases, I feel we have to pay these. I know that we want to separate it out, like 7 to 15.
That's a question for town council. Kate Federoff had mentioned that it's something that could potentially go in some other area of the warrant, that it wouldn't necessarily need to be a capital planning.
Well, as you say, and we say, like, it's leases, we have to pay them.
Right, the original motion to start the lease and decide we want the equipment should definitely be.
And I think we need a way
Yeah.
that the capital planning committee is monitoring it.
Yes.
Because I don't want them just piling up new leases and not thinking about what's already on the books.
Well, I think it's important to see what we have, but it's also like, it's like we have to pay them kind of thing.
Right.
I feel like, I don't want people to be like, number 8, I don't think we need to pay that. It's like, okay, because sometimes.
Well, we'll
you know,
have to just pull it from somewhere else if that
Right,
happens.
because it's like people, I'm always kind of like, when we do this, it's like, you have to pay these. So I like that you put them all together, but it's almost like, we have to pay this because they are leased and we can't just let them go, so people
I
can't
think
just
it
pull it out.
passes unanimously most years, so I think we'll be okay. And luckily, he doesn't have to read the whole thing, because the motion is just as printed.
One year, we were getting aggressive, and we were going to put the leases in the operating budget, which is where they probably belong, but
I hear you.
what it does to the operating budget is a problem, so that's why it stayed here.
Well, I also was going to get on to say is that we pay off the ladder truck a year early, so we'll save some interest costs there. We're making the final payment on Fire Engine 1 this year. Next year, there's 2 trucks, the remounts for ambulances 1 and 2. Looks like we have a backhoe loader, or loader backhoe being paid off. I think that's this year. So we're going to be at, I think it's just over $800,000 this year, but within 2 or 3 years, if we don't add anything else to the leases, it would be over $300,000, but not exceeding $400,000 for a few years. Now, one of the main funders of capital stabilization is the meals tax, which on average, last time I checked a few years ago, excuse me, was $450,000 per year. So we could actually be accruing some money if we can keep the leases down for a few years. We're going to need that because it would have been this year or next year we would have been replacing the highway department's Vector truck, which is a substantially expensive truck. They've decided they're going to get some more years out of it. But when it does actually come up now, it's going to probably be between a $900,000 and $1 million truck. So we're going to need capital stabilization to help with that. I think that's all I've got. Are there any other questions? Any particular items? No?
No?
In general, I'll make the same comment I've made for a few years now. This is probably at least the 3rd or 4th year in a row that we've expended about $1.5 million to $2 million on capital. I don't believe that is sustainable going forward. And it's just, what I believe that, we have to find ways of, being able to say no more often on capital.
Well, we
Unfortunately,
said
things aren't
no
getting-
to about 1.1 that was asking for free cash and gave out just about 600,000. So I think we did pretty well at just really narrowing it down. I would say, though, really what the town needs to do, Carl's point is it's not financially sustainable. To not do it is not operationally sustainable. Right. We will lose operations. We will have less trucks to move snow during storms, less ambulances to make medical calls. We will have less equipment to do everything that we already expect the town to do, level services. The solution is not to, we've been focusing on replacement capital and repair almost the entire time I've been on the committee. It's just been replacing existing capital and not all of the replacement capital, prioritizing what we needed to replace the most. We need another source for capital stabilization to fund it. The town needs to come up with a way. Carl had mentioned, I know he's mentioned this a few times, when they brought the cannabis dispensary to town, that maybe the taxes from that would feed into capital stabilization. I've played around with the idea of maybe putting the ambulance ride revenues in there. The ambulances cannot rely on themselves. They go out with an engine, they go out with police, they go out on our roads. It's all maintained with equipment. But that would take it from the general fund, and that would be too much of a pinch to do at one time without having to do an override. So I would be interested in the selectmen, the town administrator, everybody else who's involved, is to talk to town council and say, what's appropriate to use where you can direct deposit as a funding source to the town into capital stabilization? What's legal under the general laws of Massachusetts? And then among those, what are our opportunities to do that?
There was at one point an article to allocate the billboard revenues for the new billboard that will be going in soon, probably, toward capital. It never ended up getting moved at town meeting, but it was a discussion. So that's another option as well.
We definitely need some other funding.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you.
Questions? None?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Great job.
Do we want to just vote that article right now? Move favorable action on the fiscal year 27 capital equipment project funding.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There you go. Okay. And he's moving it, so we don't have to decide that. right?
Okay.
Okay, back to, where were we? Oh, boy. Okay, so we have a transfer of a motor vehicle Class 2 license, 41 Liberty Auto, is it 175 Summer Street? Okay. Okay, so Liberty Auto received its license in 2018. At that time, the business was placed in Richard Struziero's name. Todd Logan, who has always been a part of the business, is now taking over completely. We received all the paperwork for the transfer, and all the department heads have signed off. And just as a reminder, Class 2 licenses are renewed yearly. Unless there are any questions or objections, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the Board of Selectmen approve the transfer of license of 41 Liberty Auto to Todd Logan, effective immediately through January 1st, 2027.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so it's 500. Okay, and moving on to renewal of razor clam licenses and regulations. There were no changes. I spoke with our shellfish constable earlier, and there were no recommended changes to the regulations. But annually, our board reviews the allocated razor clam licenses. They are awarded to people who've had one the previous year unless they no longer are interested in holding one. The shellfish constable is recommending the fee remain the same at $300 with no change, as I mentioned, on the regulations, and the list of license holders is unchanged. Any questions or concerns?
Do we have to name all the license holders in the motion or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so. You can say, instead of saying of the following individuals, you can say of the individuals listed in the agenda.
Okay. I move the Board of Selectmen accept the renewal of the razor clam licenses as noted in the agenda of the 9 license holders for the term of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and set the license fee at $300.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that was unanimous. All right. Moving. Okay, so now we have, I think we're on additional items. So we have some appointments that need a Board of Selectmen representative. So this is interesting. So we have members of some of these committees already, but I think they're serving in different capacities. So I think we need different representatives. So if you already serve, for example, on the 300th committee as maybe a recreation appointment.
But I will say this, if we needed to do it here, because my son's also on it, he was just.
So you could shuffle, is what you're
I
saying?
could shuffle.
We can shuffle.
100%.
Okay.
So his son could be the recreation, his son could be the recreation rep, and we could shuffle him to the selectman rep. Because then you're holding 2.
So could we
Yep.
can actually make that appointment right now, too, for both of them, technically. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
They vote it? Okay.
Yep.
Say yay.
So,
Almost.
do you want to do
so-
these separately?
Okay, so Joe is willing to serve as the Kingston 300th
Yep.
as a Board of Selectmen representative.
Yep.
Okay. And then,
I will continue to serve as the Agricultural
Okay.
Commission. I spoke with the chair of that, and we'll continue that
okay.
relationship.
And Sheila, you're currently serving on the Affordable Housing Trust. I thought you were the Board of Selectmen representative.
I was the Board of Selectmen when I was on the Board of Selectmen, and then I stayed on, and I became the citizen, I stayed on as a citizen.
Okay.
And so I told Jean that I put in whatever happened, so I'd stay on the board no matter what.
Okay.
So I said I would put in for the Board of Selectmen, but if you feel as though, because then we just have to get somebody as a citizen.
My personal preference would be that you serve on behalf of this board,
Yeah, I'm
since
already
there's
going.
limited and any citizen can
Yeah,
serve in that position. So if we could,
Yeah, because I already go, so I think,
Right.
and I
That
already
makes
know it,
sense to
so I
me.
think it'd be great. Yeah, I'm happy
so
to do it.
pretty much no changes for anybody. Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So does someone want to make
Sure.
those motions?
I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Joseph Cunningham
Junior.
Junior, thank you, it took me a minute, to the Kingston 300th Committee until the duration of the events.
Wait, hold on.
I can't do that one,
Do a
okay.
second.
You want
Is
them
there a
separate?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect. I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Missy Bateman to the Agricultural Commission until June 30th, 2027.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And
I
then-
move the Board of Selectmen appoint Sheila to the Affordable Housing Committee until June 30th, 2027. Sorry, Sheila Vaughn. To the Affordable Housing Committee until June 30th, 2027.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I feel like Carl and I got out of that one easy, huh? All right.
Because I already started, it's easy to stay.
Okay.
It's already on my schedule.
Okay, so, next item. I had actually brought up meeting scheduling. So we have traditionally met every other Tuesday, which can be challenging when you have other events happening because oftentimes they'll be the first Tuesday or the third Tuesday, and sometimes it's the first, sometimes it's the second, and it varies. So I had asked if it could be put on the agenda for us to consider either having a regular schedule of the first and third or the second and fourth. Now, I don't know what that does to the other meetings that use this room, but I just at least wanted it to bring it forth for discussion because it would make my life personally easier and it would be easier for me to explain to people when we're meeting if it was more consistent schedule.
Sounds good to me.
Any preference between first and third or second and fourth? Give me 1 second.
I think.
Other than
Yeah.
National Night Out, I know
Well,
if we do.
Tuesdays are fine, because Mondays and Thursdays are when my other committees meet.
Wait, are you on another committee?
Not like, yeah,
Sorry.
it's a couple. I know, yes. I haven't brought up the actual name of the school committee
It's
yet.
still school.
There you go, school committee, there you go. My first meeting. Yeah. So school committee is Mondays, and then I have other meetings on Thursdays. So Tuesdays work for me, either one, but I'll wait for you guys to know.
Okay. I know Open Space meets the first Tuesday of the month, but I don't know of the other schedule.
The only conflict would be the music nights for the rec, but
When do those
I
fall now?
can figure that out.
Not
They always fall on my
consistently,
meeting
not
night.
They're always on a
consistently.
Tuesday, and they're not consistent for the first, third,
Okay.
second, or fourth. I just
Okay.
looked, so it won't matter either way.
Okay.
It might have to be a Zoom meeting for me. That's all.
All right, so then I would propose the second and fourth, knowing that we have to move. Occasionally, we'll have to rearrange them anyway.
Yep.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, so I move the Board of Selectmen change the meeting schedule to the second and fourth Tuesday of every month.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then you wanted to talk about potentially a summer schedule? You said something about a summer schedule at some point, like maybe less meetings or
Yeah, I
whatnot?
think it's not unusual, just in the communities I was in the past, unless it was necessary to meet in August, they typically would not meet in August. And same thing with July, we would probably meet once in July.
Okay.
And certainly we'll work that around some schedules the finance director and I will probably have to work out for transfers or anything like that, but that's what I would recommend. Of course, if something comes up and there is a need for a meeting, then we could always meet when as necessary.
Okay, okay. So we'll just keep it as is now and then we'll approach it when we get
Yeah, I think
closer.
set the schedule in June, we'll look at that and
Okay.
say, okay, well, this is the date that we should probably meet in July, and then
Okay.
maybe
Works for
pick
me.
once, and then same thing for August. If there's nothing pressing that we absolutely have to take care of, I would recommend take August off. If there's a license or something, then we would probably meet just to make sure we got that through, but
Sure.
something quick.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so next, adding an additional signer for the weekly warrant. So pursuant with Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 52, in the absence of the member designated by the board, which is the chair, we just need to designate someone else to be another signer. So if, for whatever reason, I'm unavailable, someone can come and sign for the warrant and not have 3 people have to come in. And yes, we have to physically sign it.
You can't do an electronic signature, huh?
No, we've been trying.
I've been asking since I started.
I don't know, I found a signature, I would love to use it.
I said you can buy a house on
I
PDF
know,
Signer, but we
I
can't
know.
do this.
I'm happy to do it, I'm usually around, so I can,
Yeah.
I'm happy to do it if you guys want me to.
Okay.
I was
mean,
gonna
I'm
say, my
around.
schedule's
I can
not
usually
great.
come in early and late anyway, so. just
Yeah,
let me know.
usually it would be on Thursday afternoon. That's usually when it is, kind of.
But when you can't, you just tell me and I'll do it.
Okay, all right.
You ready?
Sounds good.
I move to add Sheila Vaughn as an additional signer of the weekly warrant in the event that the chair is unable to do so.
I'll switch vacation.
Joe, did you second that?
He did.
I love it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Love it, Joe.
Not that other people aren't taking notes, but I was writing down. Okay, so we have some pool table licenses, it looks like. So we have, let's see, both Dehaney 10 Pin and Alley Cat Lane looking for their renewals. And we have everything we need. Oh, and Hilltop as well has a renewal. We have everything we need. So we were waiting on one thing, but now we are all set there. So unless anyone has questions, this is for, is it Dehaney, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. 10 Pin Inc., 16 bowling lanes, Dehaney Alley Cat Lane Inc., 26 bowling alleys, and Hilltop AA 2 pool tables.
I move the Board of Selectmen approve the annual licenses as printed in the meeting packet.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Now he's letting you have it. Okay, all right, so we have, next we have a letter for our review and comment from the Massachusetts State Lottery Commission for the Irish Grocers. So per the letter from the State Lottery, it is offering a Keno monitor to existing Keno to-go agents in Kingston, which will display the game at their location. So the location of the Irish Grocer is in the mall, so that's the Kingston Collection Way, D118. So essentially, we're just considering whether we have any objections, and if we do, we need to provide them in writing. We don't need a motion, it's just we need to talk about it.
I have no objections.
Don't they already have one in there? It says additional? Do they already have one?
It says it's to
Offering
add,
Keno
it sounded
to
like it's
existing
adding
Keno to-go agents in
existing,
Kingston.
yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
I think that there was one in the old food court that's not there anymore. This is a different place. that's
So it's like a
there.
different business, but in
Yeah.
the same,
Okay.
yeah. I don't have an objection.
That's fine.
No?
Neither do I.
Nobody?
Fine
Okay.
with me.
All right. Moving right along then. So we are being asked to make an appointment of a part-time administrative assistant in the wastewater department. So this is a new position, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But was funded under
Was
the
funded in
fiscal year
last
26,
year's
yeah,
town
okay.
meeting, or
So after the recruitment process, Superintendent David Walsh is recommending the hiring of Doreen Teodorson. I'm so sorry. I'm
Oh, I
sure
have to
did
do
that
this, come on,
wrong.
it's my first meeting.
Oh, yep, go ahead, Sheila.
Ready? I move to appoint Doreen Teodorson to the position of Administrative Assistant, a part-time Grade 2, Step 3, non-exempt position within the KTEU clerical with the wastewater department with an anticipated start date of May 26, 2026, contingent with the terms in the offer letter.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And welcome. Okay, so we have an appointment for a building commissioner. Is there anything you want to say about?
So, don't get
Mr.
your hopes up,
Richards?
this is a, this gentleman, Mr. Richards, is a retired building commissioner. He spent 30 years in the town of Weymouth. He will be here, and he's actually, has been here, helping out, getting things sort of straightened out down in the building department. He's going to help us get the online permitting up and running and
Oh,
working
yay.
properly.
Great.
And we have another part-time building local inspector who's been here long before I got here. So we do have, and the intention is to bring on a gentleman who's applied. His name's Joe Walsh. He's out of Duxbury. He has not taken all his exams yet, so Mr. Richards will be bringing him along and helping him get acquainted to our zoning, what it's like to do zoning, and what it's like to be a building commissioner.
Okay, so this is an interim
It'll be probably a one-year
stopgap.
interim,
Okay.
part-time.
I'm
Excuse
just
me.
excited they're going to do online
Yeah,
permitting.
and, you know, from what I'm told, Valerie and the other departments that are involved have already got that actually all ready to go, so I think that it should be a quick turnaround.
Great.
Excuse me, Ms. Ember.
Yes, Will?
May I just ask a question about the building commissioner?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if it's possible, but once we have a board of commission on disability, all built up and all together, can we have a easier communication between the commission and the building inspector's office?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that might help.
I
with
agree
everything as well.
100%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will.
Also, Ms. Tucker, I'll email you.
Okay, she'll look for that. All right, so any questions or concerns on this appointment? Okay.
I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Jeffrey Richards as the building commissioner and authorize the town administrator to negotiate and execute an annual employment agreement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was 500. And we have an appointment of the sealer of weights and measures. So there's an upcoming retirement, so that position will be vacant. And after the recruitment process, our town administrator is recommending the appointment of William Mullen.
Yeah, and for the board's information, Mr. Mullen has been a sealer of weights and measures. He was in the town of Abington. He also works for Norfolk County as their sealer of weights and measures, so it'll be a very seamless transition.
And is this a order of magnitude cost of $10,000 a year?
It's
Similar
less.
to the prior
It
one?
was a $10,000 stipend for the gentleman that is now retiring, where this is a new person taking the position. It's actually $8,000.
Okay.
I'll do it. I move the Board of Selectmen appoint William Mullen as the sailor of weights and measures, an annually appointed position, Schedule C2, stipend position, effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, contingent with the terms of the offer letter.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. And we have a volunteer application that was received by Ms. Cunningham for, to serve on the Kingston Educational Fund trustees. And the trustees did recommend the appointment of Andrea Cunningham.
I move the Board of Selectmen appoint Andrea Cunningham to the Kingston Educational Fund trustees, effective immediately through June 30th of 2029.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I have to abstain, right?
You don't technically, because you have no financial interest in her serving as a educational trustee.
Just roll for time.
500? Okay. That is your understanding as well, right?
Yes.
That there's no
Yep.
financial interest? Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have a financial assistance application. Oh, it does not need to be addressed. Never mind. We will pass right over that one. Let's see. We have next consent to allow refinance the Point Apartments. So as part of their regulatory agreement approval from the board, hold on a second. As part of their regulatory agreement, oh, this is PPK Investors LLC. So as part of their regulatory agreement, approval from the board is required in order to refinance that property. Is that because it's an affordable housing?
It was, yeah, so it was part of their
Okay.
agreement when it was proposed as an affordable housing project.
I see. That makes sense. Okay. I have no problem allowing them to refinance.
I move the Board of Selectmen consents to the mortgage of the property here, and the town of Kingston consents to the exercise of remedies under the mortgage, including the remedy of foreclosure or the remedy of taking title to the property by deed in lieu of foreclosure.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have some donations. We have a donation for Streets, Trees, and Parks, and we have one for the COA. So we'll make those motions.
I move the Board of Selectmen accept the following donations. Donation of 5 yards of mulch from the No Fear Landscape Supplies to mulch the townhouse in preparation of Memorial Day. $50 donation to the Council on Aging from Alan and Joan Minelli in memory of Gordon Layton.
Second.
Sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for those donations.
Sorry, Joe.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the budget.
Yeah, and actually, I would like to say, on those donations in the work of our highway staff and everybody else in the memorial committee and all the people who work. The townhouse looks amazing. They did a great job.
And the Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts are
Scouts.
cleaning some of the memorials around town, too.
Thanks to all those involved. I think we can all be very proud of what they did. So, and then going on to the actual budget portion, I don't think there's really been any changes since last time we've met on the, until we get into the warrant article. I think that there's, there's ongoing massaging of the budget at this point as things do come in. It is very fluid. We're cleaning things up, and as we go through the process, different things sort of come up that may have been in there that we find that we don't have to keep in the budget, or things that aren't in the budget that we have to add in. So right now, we are still balanced. The latest state aid numbers haven't been incorporated, but we may take the average of what has been put out in front of us and incorporate those numbers. But right now, we're sort of flat as far as our levy goes, or levies, excess levy, which we would like to see that get a little bit better. But again, there's no changes on that since last we met, or nothing substantial. But you'll see once we get into the actual budget article, I think we did make that's where we can sort of discuss what that overall number is, which is $63,692,330.
A couple of general comments that I'd make is, number one, I think that the town departments, the finance committee, town administration have done a good job in getting us to this budget in a difficult year where we're not going to be going for a 2.5 override like most towns around here. Halifax and who else Pembroke both voted down overrides last Saturday.
I believe Whitman did too.
In Whitman, okay. A couple of things that I would like to point out, though, is that the state aid, we often hear people talking about how bad the state aid is, or how we don't get this, we don't get that. Well, in the last 2 years, state aid for Kingston has been increased by about $800K, and that's gone into the operating budget. The other thing is local receipts. I agree 100% with the number that's in here for local receipts. However, what we've been forced to do, or what the administration has been forced to do, is come up with what I would call a much more reasonable local receipts number, which is closer to what it's really going to be. That we don't have the built-in $500,000 reserve that we've had in there in prior years. So that these are just a couple of examples of how town has managed to get to the point to present a budget to town meeting that is balanced without the need for a 2.5 override. It doesn't have some of the additional things in it that I'm sure the police department and fire department would love to have. The schools came in at very reasonable numbers. The Silver Lake assessment, the Silver Lake budget bottom line was only increased by 2.5%. Our assessment is a little bit higher than that because of the ratio of students among the three towns. The local school budget came in at something a little over 3%, so that's good. So all in all, you know, when you dig into this budget in a little detail, I think it's a good budget that the town should be able to live with, and the residents, the departments, et cetera.
Thanks, Carl. So, next is the warrant. Welcome, Joe and
Can I ask a
Sheila.
quick question? Because we have a new moderator, will you be sitting down with that person to maybe do a consent agenda for town meeting?
So in the past, I've sent a draft to Sean saying, here are the articles I think could go in a consent agenda, and then the prior moderator, and then he would work with council to figure out which things made sense, and he would sometimes pull some out that he thought would be contentious.
Okay.
I'm happy to do the same thing for Michael and say, here are the ones, I think I gave Scott a draft of what I think could be included in a consent agenda, things like transfer to the Employee Liability Reserve Fund, transfer to OPEB, transfer to capital stabilization, these types of things that tend to not be debated. One of the things that I also suggested to Scott, and I know these are not in the order they will be in, but putting the prior year's bills and anything we need to fix per se for this year at the beginning, then the consent agenda all together.
Yep.
And then move to the budgetary articles, the things that we really need to get through. Then through any of the bylaws things and any of those other pieces, and then the citizen petitions at the end.
Love it.
That's typically the way we've done it. So that was, I sent a draft to Scott earlier today just for consideration for the order administratively. And I mean, we can talk through that too if people want to. There's some of these that sound like they're coming off potentially too. There's like the wage and personnel bylaw has a strike through to it.
Yeah, I've not received anything from them. Now,
Okay.
I don't know that it's just maybe they haven't gotten it to me.
Okay.
But, so Tina's trying to track that down. So, yeah, it
Okay.
is possible one or two things could come out. We can do a consent agenda for Articles 1 through 40 if you like.
I don't think town meeting will go for that, but.
Consent agendas, I'm just letting you know.
So I think my suggestion would be that if we are comfortable voting some of these where we feel we are now, maybe we don't refer to them by the article number, but just the name, and then that way we can rearrange the order potentially. I don't know if anyone has strong feelings if I work with Scott to reorganize the order. Do you guys care if we do that outside this?
I do not mind.
Okay, nobody cares
I
about
don't
that.
have a concern with
Okay,
that.
it's not gonna change any of the votes, so, okay, so we'll figure that piece out. But if we could get through some of the votes, at least then we know where people stand and who's going to present them.
Without article numbers, so that.
Without article numbers, exactly, yes.
Yep.
So, first article, prior year's bills, I had asked, do you happen to know what this is for? I know it's only $4,000, but the Kingston Intermediate School had outstanding invoices. It's okay if we don't know right now, but we may want to add it in to the
I do actually
description.
have copies of the invoices, so
Okay.
I will.
I think it would just be helpful to say like for whatever it
It's
is.
probably the new business person. I forget her name.
So like a salary adjustment?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. These are just
No.
prior year bills.
Prior year bills.
There was a
They
vendor
just
that
missed
wasn't
Yeah.
paid. And I do have copies of them. It might have been like a landscaping company type of.
I mean, I'm fine with it, I'm
She
not
usually
worried about
tell
it,
you
but
exactly what it
yeah,
is.
if we add that in.
It was
Okay.
legit, and they just came in late.
Any other questions or concerns or motion? So the
It-
motions we typically
That-
do, oh, go ahead.
That's going to be free cash, I assume,
Yes, yeah,
It says
the-
free cash.
Yep.
in the summary, it just needs to be added in.
On the, yes.
The
don't take-
index.
Don't look at the table of
Yeah.
contents yet, because there's a lot of things that need to be
Yeah,
updated
we
there
haven't.
once
I
we.
spent 3 hours looking at the table
Don't
of
look at the
contents.
table of contents. It needs to be updated.
That's the worst part.
That's the last thing we have to do, though, once we get it all organized, is then we can update the table of contents.
I mean, Google Docs is great.
Okay, so, any objections? So if we could, just for the minutes, it makes it easier for Tricia's life, if one person says move favorable action on, and then the article, and then the same person seconds it, it just makes it a lot easier.
Okay. Move in favorable action that the sum of three.
Oh, no, sorry, just say on prior year's bills.
Oh, you want me to do the whole thing?
Just that,
this?
just that.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe I shouldn't do it.
Move favorable action on prior year's bills.
Favorable action for prior year's bills.
There you go.
Done. Tricia, is that gonna make your life easier? Okay.
Who's gonna be the seconder? Okay,
Second.
Carl's
Carl.
gonna be the seconder.
Missy and Carl all night, so.
All right, Missy and Carl all night, got it.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now who wants to move the article at town meeting and present it? Missy can't.
I will not be
It
there.
says school committee, so I don't know.
Oh, is it gonna be school committee? Never mind then.
I think
Forget
it's
me.
new business.
Love it.
Yeah, we have money.
Okay, so wastewater department enterprise fund budget surplus revenue appropriations. This seemed like approximately their normal article that they do every year. The only question I had was in the language of the motion, it says 300,000 comes from the quote tax levy. And I just thought that was interesting. I don't remember seeing that before. So that was my only concern, but the motion.
I would defer to the finance director on that.
I believe that's isn't that the item on your summary income statement?
Could be.
I can speak to that if you'd like.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there she is.
Hello. Well, let me turn my video on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm in the dark. So it's the 1/3 debt on the leaching field and the 1/3 debt on the original loan.
When you say original loan, what does that mean?
So I think it was 2011 or 2012 for the wastewater. They got a loan and the town agreed that general fund would pay for 1/3 of it.
Okay, and that was not the one-time thing we did last year. That's different.
It's a combination of the two of them, I believe.
Correct.
Interesting.
That we always had the one from day one, which was order of magnitude $100,000+, and then last year they added in this for the leaching fields.
Okay.
There was a special article last year.
I thought last year was the original debt to help them supplement their budget because they didn't have enough to pay. And then we'd always been paying for the leaching field from when they first, like 2 years ago or whatever, when we said yes to that. That's fine.
I can't remember.
I'm the only one with an objection. I'm totally fine with that. All right. Oh, and capital planning doesn't need to vote on that, right? Because there's no capital expenditure, I don't think. Like, they don't have any,
They
didn't have any capital in it this time.
And they didn't go, so.
Nope, okay. You're up, Missy.
Okay, move favorable action.
Before we go
Oh, sorry.
forward, I'm trying to keep up here.
sorry.
Okay.
The paragraph that
The and further.
Look at what you're looking at.
it, the middle paragraph, and further to see if the town will vote to transfer from wastewater retained earnings. That's not in the motion, I don't think.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
That needs to get into the motion somehow.
Oh, well, it says as printed in the warrant. I don't know if that's sufficient. Okay.
Further.
I think if you look at last year,
Yep.
it's a separate item within the motion.
Okay. And we'll have, we can have Elaine look at it too to make sure that it is what they expect it to say too.
Yeah, I know that they've been working on
Perfect.
this.
Okay.
obviously. They'll continue.
All right, we'll look at that motion. All right.
Okay. Move favorable action for the FY '27 wastewater department enterprise fund budget and surplus revenue appropriations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. So 410. Okay. Article 3 for now. Fiscal year 27 general fund operating budget. We've looked at the budget binder. I'm sorry, Joe and Sheila, you haven't had the detailed department budgets, but the finance committee has supported this budget thus far. Okay.
Oddly enough, I've gone to many of the meetings online.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Move favorable action for the FY '27 general fund operating budget.
Second.
All right, you paused. Did you want to talk about it at all?
Well,
Sorry.
I have a lot of notes here,
Okay.
but it may be better to just get with Scott afterwards
Okay.
on some of the things that are either missing or
From the motions themselves?
From the packet, I think.
from the, well, like, for instance, we've got listed the same items here twice. We don't need to have the budget listed twice.
So, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that the warrant itself includes the top part up to the description, and then the motion is what the person at town meeting reads.
Correct.
So the warrant technically doesn't have that repeated, but I guess the question I would have, and it's probably a question for Kate, is can we just say as printed in the warrant as opposed to putting all
And
the
again,
numbers twice?
What I did was try to go
Yeah.
back to the last 2 years
Mhm.
warrants and compare it, and said, if we didn't have that last year, do we need it now?
Yeah.
As president,
Yep.
that's fine.
And the other item is the $290,000 needs to be put into the motion, I believe,
290.
from a closed article.
Yep.
Okay. We will check on that.
And then it will add up to what it's supposed to add up to.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
No, I think the other's been put in. I'm okay with those.
And I'm going to say it again, I think this is not sustainable. I've said this for the last 3 years, though. This is not sustainable, and we are out of room. So we either need to figure out new growth somehow, or we're going to be talking about an override.
It's really $10 million as employee benefits insurance.
So, I know, it's a lot. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other commentary, questions? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, so Water Department Enterprise Fund. This is their typical article. I didn't have any major changes in this. I didn't see anything minor, like formatting things, but I don't.
What?
Carl, you got anything here that we need to make sure we?
Now we're saying 2,754,000.
Yes, 2754704. I think that's what this says. Hold on, let me. But the
I
motion.
believe that number should be the 2,237,414,
I see that too.
because the rest has already been appropriated in the budget.
Somewhere else.
The
This one here.
517,000 has been appropriated in the budget.
I see. So they're trying to show you the total cost of the water department, but it actually ends up just being confusing.
Right, well, and the total is okay if it wasn't 22. It should be just 2,754,704. The total in the column. But in the, to see if the town will vote and raise from available funds in the treasury, borrow
That
a
has to
sum
be
of.
two, yeah.
I think that should only be the 2,237,414.
Yep, I think you're right. Good, the motion has that right, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, the
I
motion.
just want to say, in all past years, the total is in the top part in the description, but the motion always has the lower number without the indirect costs.
Huh. Okay.
Maybe we changed it last year then in error.
Confusing. All right. Good? I'm good. Everybody good?
I'm fine with whatever Carol and Scott decide on that item.
Okay.
Okay.
Move favorable action for the FY '27 Water Department Enterprise Fund budget and retained earnings appropriations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, here's 500. Water Department well cleaning, this is actually one that I've suggested, that I will suggest him potentially for the consent agenda. We do this regularly enough that I don't think it'll have much debate, but anyone can always pull an article out of the consent agenda if they don't like it.
Yep.
Any concerns or thoughts?
Okay. Good. Move favorable action for the Water Department well cleaning.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, sound like 500 to me. Okay, so replenish prior year special articles. So this is an issue with the Water Department budget that was approved in fiscal year '25. Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't have any issue with this one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, move favorable action for replenishing prior year special articles.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And should this be water?
Yes, it's one.
Yep.
Yeah, we can ask them. They'll probably give you your opinion. All right, water tank maintenance.
This is another one I think is straightforward. I don't have any problems with it.
No, I'm tempted to put it, suggest it in the consent agenda too. It's just a big dollar number, but
Either that, or it could be combined with the regular operating budget for the water department. I think it has been in the past.
oh, like two, almost like two motions
Yeah.
within the article.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
All right, move favorable action for the water tank maintenance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we'll get the water commission vote on there, not sewer.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Renewable Energy Enterprise Fund budget, this is one we have every year, and I would recommend it goes in the consent agenda. Carl, this one never will make sense to me, why we have to do this.
I agree, and nobody ever understands it except Carol.
Why?
know.
Whatever, it's
I
fine.
love the consent agenda.
Battle for a different day.
Yep. Move favorable action for the FY '27 Renewable Energy Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So you put money in, but you take money out, but I don't know. Okay, revolving funds, there is no change proposed.
Lease revolving fund at the bottom, I believe that amount is needed.
That's new, okay. Okay. Otherwise, everything's the same.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody want to vote on it separately? We all just want to do it all in one.
How much do we want to give the police revolving fund?
We made
Well,
it 100,000.
We don't give them anything, it's
100,000?
just how
Just
much they can
come
take
in,
in, and then
Yeah.
how much they can expend out of it.
I understand.
No, I understand,
Only-
I know you understand, but not everyone knows these things. So, are we comfortable with 100,000, Mr. Pike?
I think it's a little high, but I'm not going to vote against it.
Okay,
I think people have heard me say before, I do not like these revolving funds, that it takes too much money away from the day-to-day controls that we have in place in a town administrator and a director of finance. My favorite one has always been recreation. I just think there's too much that flows through this account that doesn't get a lot of oversight. Yes, there are reports, and there's this, that, and the other thing, but whoever looks at them? So that's just kind of my comment on trying not to continue to add more and more of these revolving funds.
I imagine,
I was
gonna
wondering if
say.
Carol raised her hand, and you
Right.
said, who looks at them?
Who looks at that?
I was just saying, I do.
Yeah.
Do we have to add the police on here? Because it says in the description, it doesn't say the police on here?
It should say, oh, you mean in the description? Yeah, we can add that. It's fine. I mean, it's really.
Yeah, I had that too, yes.
Had previously been established for, and then we say,
Board of Health and Police.
PD is
Yep.
new. Board of Health is new
That was
too.
the only thing I saw.
Yep.
We'll add it.
Okay.
Okay, good. Good for me.
All right. Move favorable action for revolving funds.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll write with disdain next to your vote, Carl. Okay, establish a police revolving fund, oh, it's Carl's favorite, for receipt of opiate settlement funds from outside communities to fund the Family Services Unit.
So I think on a couple of these, we might want to hold off the vote.
Okay.
Not that there's anything, I just think that they're going to end up with a different fund.
Okay.
Just after talking with Kate and her reviewing it, she thought that maybe they could be set up in a different way, so I just want to review it
Okay,
with
so
her
hold on
one
this
more
one.
time as far as the police revolving fund.
Okay.
It's not that we don't want, we do want to have these two funds. I think
Mm-hmm.
actually the second one I did come up with the proper language for, but I'd rather just make sure.
The
Kate's on board.
11F, 111F, okay, so
Yeah.
hold that one too.
Yeah, unless
Okay.
we want to just vote them conceptually, but I do have to change that language, so.
I mean, I generally support the idea of them.
And where the motion is just an action.
Funds last year too, I can't remember exactly what we did for the funds last year, but I feel like we did something.
But if, I guess my thinking is if the mechanism's gonna change, then we should just wait.
It's just gonna, and the two, again, they're both good funds, obviously, out of the police revolving fund for the Family Services Unit is because there are other communities that are involved in that will be giving us money that will then have to be taken and used to pay for that support. And then the 111F fund also is sort of similar, that the money will be coming in when a firefighter or a police officer, God forbid, ends up out injured or, and we're receiving those funds, we have to have a mechanism to then replenish with, the budget, so. Conceptually, they're both worthy. I just want to sort of double check that language.
At what point do we have to publish the warrant on the website, like the approved warrant? Like how many days?
What day was that?
This Thursday? No, 28th, next Thursday, okay. Okay, so
It's
hold
by
those
us,
two?
So we'll have to motion it.
Yeah, by that, but we can have a,
Well,
if we have to have a Zoom
it can be
to
published
do-
without your votes.
That's true, but we
It will
typically-
come up there with the proper language, and you can,
And we
some
can
of these
vote,
things, if you
yeah.
can't get to it, we can make them known when we print it at town meeting, too.
Yeah.
Right before anyway, sometimes.
Or we
to
can-
vote on a few things too, if we need to.
publish
have to
a
have one.
handout or whatever that says your vote, so you know. Either way, okay.
So two holds.
Transfer to employment liability reserve fund.
Mhm.
This one is also, I would put this one in the consent agenda recommendation.
Yep. Okay. I was just waiting.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Concerns?
Oh, I got
Is
to go
this,
with things every year.
is this 150,000 or 100,000?
150. I don't know what copy you're looking at. You must have an old version.
I have the one that you gave to the finance committee.
Well, we gave you a brand new one tonight.
I have, but all my notes are on there.
We probably made all those corrections.
Some-
They fixed it.
We already fixed it. It does say 150,
The new one does.
the new one.
And
Yes.
one we're looking at
The
does, yep.
one that everybody else is.
Yep.
Mhm. Carl's gonna keep you on your toes, that's all.
you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to email it to you, Cal, so you can pull it up on your
It's in this
laptop
packet
and
right
compare
there.
them, or-
No, I'm looking, but it's hard to get the numbers and compare it as quick as we're trying to move.
Oh, I was gonna say, you should have it in the packet too, right under your mouse. There should be a printed version too, if that's.
I'd rather have one here and one
You got
there.
it, whatever you
Where it
want.
says-
We will slow down whenever you want us to. I'm at your disposal, Carl. You just let her know if you're ready.
I'm good, I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay, move favorable action for the FY '27 transfer to employment liability reserve fund.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then hopefully it's gonna go on consent, so we don't have to.
Hopefully. I mean, you never know. What?
We
We
hope.
could do different things, right?
I guess I do have a question for Carol on that. If we have a balance in there and we're adding 150,000, doesn't that put us over the limit?
I anticipate the fund being fully depleted by year end because of one retirement.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, and so it's probably up to the door, okay.
Okay, so transfer to OPEB, Health Insurance Liability Fund. Same every year.
So you consent, you're thinking again for that one? Okay. Move favorable action FY '27 transfer to other post-employment OPEB Health Insurance Liability Fund.
Second?
Any questions, Carl? Anything?
No.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
You know what we didn't do? We didn't assign these articles
Right.
for the ones that were to us. Forgot about that part.
I think the two we only had.
How many did we have? Did we miss any?
This is the employment well, the other two we held.
We
Right.
held the other two, so it's
We
just
held
the employment
employment
liability.
And
Okay.
it was just the employment
So,
liability.
renewable energy,
Renewable
who wants to move that one if it's not in the consent agenda?
I will.
Carl, good, because if anyone asks any questions about that one, that one could be for you. Revolving fund. Joe, you want to take that one? It's always recreation that causes the problem. Let's see, we're holding on those two.
You might as well pick somebody.
Okay. Family Services Unit, revolving fund. I can do that. Chief will explain it to me, right, Chief?
Yes.
Can we just do both of those since they're right after each other and they're similar? Okay.
I'm saying that, I'm not gonna be
I
there,
know.
but yes,
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
uh-huh.
All right, so, Employment Liability Reserve Fund, I'm gonna say
Yeah,
Sheila?
I can do that, yeah.
That's if it's not in the consent, right? And then OPEB, that sounds like a Carl.
Okay.
Actually, wait, that's Finance Committee,
It
never
is
mind.
Finance Committee, I was
Yeah,
just
that-
gonna
We don't
say
have to
that.
do that one, you're not on that committee anymore, so we're good. All right, so transfer to Capital Stabilization Fund, also Finance Committee, this is the same thing we do every year. Any questions or concerns? No?
No.
Okay.
Move favorable action for the FY '27 transfer to Capital Stabilization Fund.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, similar here, Municipal Building Insurance Fund, it's pretty much the same every year.
No problem.
Move favorable action FY '27 transfer to Municipal Building Insurance Fund.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's also Finance Committee, Capital Planning, we already did. Unanimous support. The only thing I was gonna say is, I think they're only a 4-member committee, so it's 400, not 401. And I don't know any of the Finance Committee votes right now. And I think those were fine. Did you have any comments on the motions, Carl, on those ones for capital planning?
No.
Okay. Article 17, I don't think we voted that one. That's also capital planning.
Oh, 'cause we, yeah, 'cause
That
we
was the
said,
fire,
I think we just
I mean,
said.
not the fire engine, the ambulance. Does anyone have any questions or concerns on that one? No? Okay.
Move favorable action for the purchase and equipment of a new ambulance, and to equip a new ambulance.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye. Reluctantly.
I'll put it in there.
A half a vote.
Italicized. All right,
Write
Sampson
this
Fund, Ken had something for, Ken Mawali, our treasurer, tax collector, had something that I think was gonna be potentially added to the Sampson Fund requests,
Yeah, I
but.
thought that he had more available income to use for some of the requests, so.
Okay.
But he also said there may be even another additional one prior to town meeting.
Interesting.
So,
So they would have to vote that too, though, for
you would have to
recommendation.
vote it again, and I think the fund would, the trustees would already have.
Well, so it would be the moderator, who's
Absolutely.
brand new,
Yeah.
the treasurer, and now myself. So we probably would have to vote anything new
Mhm.
and late request, so.
So-
All right, well, we'll just vote it as is. So the way this works is we can't amend or adjust any of the recommendations from the Sampson Fund. They get applications, they vote on them, whether they recommend it to town meeting or not. So you just kind of vote whether you're in favor of this or not. Right, Carl? Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
Okay. Move favorable action for the FY27 Sampson Fund appropriations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Fireworks? Yay, Helen.
Oh, gosh. I missed you, Sheila. All right, so Community Preservation Committee Administrative Budget. So this first piece of this article is just merely allocating the funds and appropriating their administrative expenses. Sheila, you're on CPC,
I am
right?
on CPC, yes. I will probably be moving this article as my guess.
Oh, geez, yeah. That's
I had to
true.
move it last time, so
Okay.
I don't know who's coming. I have to ask. I think he's coming to town meeting. I think he said he's coming, right? Yeah, he's coming.
So any questions or concerns about the administrative budget?
No.
He's gone over it and over it.
Move favorable action for the FY27 Community Preservation Committee Administrative Budget.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then there's recommended projects. So the first project is pretty much moving money from the affordable housing bucket to Affordable Housing Trust for their management. We often get objections from some people about that because they don't have a project specifically in mind. But it was supported by Community Preservation Committee, so.
I don't like voting against the CPC, but I always feel obligated to vote against this one because we keep transferring money into a trust that we don't do anything with.
So one thing that is good about it, just as a counter argument, is that it's only being transferred out of the affordable housing bucket, so it can only be used for affordable housing. It's not like they're taking from undesignated, which is one positive piece. Anyway, I'm good.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Okay. Move favorable action for the Community Preservation Fund appropriations for recommended projects.
Oh, sorry, to fund the
To
affordable.
fund the Affordable Housing Trust General Fund.
There you go.
Sorry.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed.
There you go. So 410. At least he's consistent. All right.
I've seen you in there, I know.
All right, so next is to fund conservation purchase on Maple Street. So I watched some of the CPC meetings. My one concern is that Capital Planning Committee did not get this presented to them, and they're supposed to look at all of the land purchases for long-term planning and whatnot. So just throwing it out there. So their vote is going to probably be 0-0-0 because they did not weigh in.
And I'm not excited about
Buying
purchasing
more
more land for the town.
Yeah, understood.
Every time we purchase land, we take it off of the tax rolls. And even if it's land that's, nothing's not providing much revenue, you never know when it could be turned into a business or a 4-bedroom apartment building or something that would be on the tax rolls.
Yeah.
If I may,
Oh, Valerie.
that's actually intended to be, if we purchase the land on Maple Street, I think the intent overall is to redevelop it for housing. And it would be a joint effort, the Affordable Housing Trust and others, but it's Matt's article, so.
Okay. That's helpful because it definitely reads in the description as though it's really just for wetland protection and improving fish passage. So that will be helpful context if we add that information in as a part of the purpose.
So some of that information was in there, and then I believe after our first pass with council, it was removed. So that is
Interesting.
It is the intent, but I think it's just because of, it does tend to convolute it put all this in, and it's just, we don't know what the next step would be once we purchase it. I don't know that if it's necessarily appropriate to say that we're actually going to do that at this point. But it is the intention, and hopefully that is what happens.
The intent is there, but not to add that because it hasn't been.
Yeah, and I can discuss it more
Yeah.
with Kate and
No, that
see
make-
if
that
it
makes sense.
to,
Mhm.
you know, do anything else with the description, or perhaps
Right.
when CPC talks about it, they can mention it.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
You good?
I'm good.
Move favorable action for the Community Preservation Fund appropriation to fund conservation purchase on Maple Street.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
opposed?
I mean, I'm going to say no, just based on what I see here before me and the way it was presented to CPC. So I support more of what Valerie described and not this. So it's 3-2. Is that right?
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm on the CPC, I believe.
Yep.
I voted for it. Can't really
Understood.
say no to.
Okay, so conservation land purchase, improving access to Hathaway Preserve off Wapping Road. This is about just less than 4 acres. Would include a parking area, split rail fence, and information kiosk.
For $387,000 for a parking lot.
That's what it says.
It is a long driveway.
Okay.
Ready? Move favorable action for the Community Preservation Fund appropriation to fund conservation land purchase, improving access to the Hathaway Preserve off of Wapping Road.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
opposed?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no too. 3-2-0. Okay.
I'm in
So-
favor because the Community Preservation Committee voted it.
Yeah, I get it. I rewatched those meetings this week
We're
just
trying
to
make
refresh
more
myself
access-
on.
More access to some of these preserves, because you can't.
Understood.
them.
Yep.
It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yep.
The real solution is to do away with the CPC
Second.
0.5% or whatever that we charge people.
It's not on the agenda, but maybe we can go back, put it back on the agenda. Okay, so next one is funding the historic old burying ground restoration. So this is restoring and preserving approximately 70 to 100 gravestones in the old burying ground. Yeah, I mean, I think this one's pretty self-explanatory, but.
Yep. Move favorable action, Community Preservation Fund appropriation to fund historic old burying ground restoration.
Second,
All those in favor?
aye.
Oh, that sounded unanimous. All right, so now we have the Stephen Drew Heritage House. There is a request to rehabilitate 6 windowsills, do some painting, and repair the southern wall of the Stephen Drew Heritage House. It's going to be
Go ahead.
featured in the 300
I was just gonna
stuff,
say that,
too.
right? Yes, yep.
I don't know if that's helpful. Is that a privately owned home? Do we know? Sheila?
I don't
Trish says it is.
It is.
Yeah, the Jones
Oh,
River.
it's not okay, so privately, but it's not by like, it's not someone's house, okay. All right,
All right, move favorable action for the Community Preservation Fund appropriation to fund the Stephen Drew Heritage House rehabilitation.
Second,
all those in favor?
aye.
Oh, okay, 5-0-0. I get excited when it says aye, community preservation. All right, so next we have Grays Beach Park Community Tennis and Basketball Court Rehab. We have two recreation commissioners here who could speak to this more
Sure.
specifically. I do believe capital planning voted 4-0-0 on the Grays Beach Rehab, correct? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that the Grays Beach Park, basketball courts are in disrepair, and, you know, it was presented as well as the existing tennis courts. They're well-loved and well-used throughout the year, and needed to be rehabbed, revitalized, and fixed. They have some significant tree rot and injury and cracks and seals and all of that. They're pretty in.
How old are
pretty,
they?
Someone asked me that. Do you remember how old they are?
Okay, that's fine.
They're super old.
That's good.
I'm gonna go with super old.
That's a technical term.
I just
Got it.
don't know how old.
I remember when we did tennis courts at the high school, they're pretty pricey.
They are.
Just to even resurface them.
They're very old. Move favorable, oh, sorry. Does anybody have any other questions before I move that?
Questions?
Okay.
No?
Move favorable action for the Community Preservation Fund appropriation to fund Grays Beach Park Community Tennis and Basketball Court rehabilitation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Elected officials compensation, I'm going to say it again. I don't think we should get stipends, but it is what it is. It's not our article to present, it's finance committees.
I
So-
agree with that.
I agree with that too.
It's like, what?
The 15th, yeah.
Whatever.
It's kind of sad.
Finance committee wants to give us a stipend, fine, whatever.
Mhm.
Any thoughts, objections? It's their article to present, so it's pretty standard from what we usually do.
Okay. Move favorable action for the FY '27 elected officials compensation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Did you say that was potential for the consent agenda or no?
It could be, but for whatever reason, the clerk and collector treasurer salaries, which are usually
Well,
down
just the
there.
clerk, ma'am. Yeah.
It's always contentious. I don't know why, over a couple of grand after voting a $60 million budget. But it's possible. We could potentially put it in there and see what happens.
See if
pulls it.
anyone pulls it, right? If it's that only one.
Okay, so we have,
This is a hold.
that one's a hold. So that's the wage and personnel bylaw. We're not sure if they have things here. This one, so stormwater permit, the federal stormwater permit, that one is one I'm going to suggest for the consent agenda because I think that's a standard article.
It's
Yeah.
not going away.
Okay. Move favorable action for the FY '27 federal stormwater permit.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, man.
I can read it.
Peanut Gallery wants to know who's reading it. How many articles do people have so far?
I have one.
Okay.
Doesn't
So
it
I
might-
have
it might
two.
go in- It's a consent anyway, so.
Okay, yeah, probably, but it's good to assign them anyway. Okay, the next one is a citizen petition. We can, but don't have to vote on it. So different boards throughout the 6 years I've been on here have chosen different paths on this. So some citizen petitions, they don't vote because they just want the citizens to be able to lead the discussion how they want to lead it without the board necessarily driving that. I'm open to whatever you guys want to do.
And I will add, that article and the next article, which are the same citizen petitions, I've included motions, but council has recommended that we don't draft the motions. So those will come out, the citizens will have to bring forward their own motions.
Also, hopefully they call us a board of selectmen instead of a select board.
Hey,
Just saying.
listen, I tried. It wasn't me.
So-
Do we know, have they done what the work they need to do with the planning department and everybody else?
Valerie's on, maybe she would.
Yeah, they did indicate that as that, did they have a layout hearing? I guess they did, and they did come to this board as well.
Yeah, we approved it to go to the next step,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I'll let Val, I
Here
believe,
she is.
can answer.
Yeah, and the planning board voted against both of
Yes.
these street layout.
So we should,
Good enough for
Should we
me.
put that on?
We actually include the planning.
well,
board.
you know what, they didn't vote on the article, they voted against it coming to us.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know that
They
they're.
voted against the article.
Oh, the article as well, okay,
Oh.
interesting,
Can add-
They don't want the streets laid out.
interesting. Unanimous, was that a 5-0-0, do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Or sorry, 0-5-0.
It'd be nice if we had that on there, I feel like.
Interesting.
I don't
Okay.
have any. I could go either way on that.
Yeah, do you guys want to vote on it, or do you want to just leave it up to the residents to?
I'd say vote in
Okay.
support of the planning board.
Me too.
Geez, I don't know that that's an option.
We can just
He
say
can vote
no.
on his own,
We can do
or-
favorable action and then just say no. And it's just, we can all say no, or we can.
Or you
we
can leave
say
it
nothing.
off
I mean, if you want
altogether.
to vote to support the planning board, then to vote.
That's what I'm saying.
So my biggest concern about
Say nothing.
sort of how that discussion was that I saw, which was, I didn't see the most recent one on the article, but I did see the discussion when they voted against even it coming to the next step, was they said, we don't want any more roads, is what I understood. Not that they didn't do a good job,
Right.
not that it wasn't according to plan, was just, we don't think we should take on any more roads. And I would argue that's sort of overstepping and outside the bounds of what they're supposed to be voting on at that time. So they're allowed to express their opinions, they're elected officials for the town of Kingston, but my argument is it should go to town meeting. If they've checked all the boxes, the town meeting decides. So if we vote now, I would vote in favor of the article here. I don't know if I would vote in favor of the article at town meeting as a resident and voter, but I think I support this, they've done everything they're supposed to go to town meeting.
They did all their steps.
They did. And I think.
And they could bring the whole neighborhood with them. and
I
pass it.
think, I believe, from what I understand, is the intention was always for it to eventually become a town road, not to remain private forever, but I don't know if that's true. No, Valerie shakes her head. Is that not true? It was initially
It's a
proposed.
comprehensive permit, it's a
Yep.
40B.
Okay,
I don't believe that, from what I'm hearing from council, I don't believe that they're allowed to petition town meeting, but we'll get more direction from council.
oh, interesting, okay.
Maybe we should just leave it alone.
Not vote,
That
I
and
agree
Captain
with that.
Jones too, if we're
Fine.
doing that too. right?
fine.
Both.
I mean,
Just not vote
we've
and
not
let it
voted
see
the
what
citizen
happens.
petitions in the
By the
past, so
time-
if we can't, if there's going to be issues with council too, then that's
Yeah, I
fine.
say we leave it then until we get.
Fine.
there.
Leave it be. Okay. And Captain Jones as well.
What, you ever think you'd hear me say, kick the can down the road?
I heard abstain, but that's what I heard. Because there's no can to kick, it's going, it's
Gonna
going
go
forward
there.
without us.
Right.
All right, so waterways improvement funds appropriation, this is a typical
So,
article.
on this particular article, we may want to hold off again. There was some discussion at the department head meeting this morning. There's a possible grant that the planning department could use some grant matching funds for to get the grant, which would be in around $11,000. The chief supports it, and the chief would like to go back to the Waterways Improvement Committee and ask them if that's something that we can do. I think the chief says there's enough funds there to cover it, so that would bring that total from 35,000 to 46,000. And I don't know if Carol has something she wants to add on that?
I do. In order to get money from the waterways, it requires town meeting vote. So over the last couple of years, they've sustained a $35,000 balance in order to deal with emergencies, whether the dock needs repair, whatever their emergencies are. Right now, their balance is, I think, $270 in that special article from years past. So every year, they just replenish it to the $35,000 limit.
I feel like it needs to be more than that, honestly. If they're down to 200, and they've already started their season, they still have another, what? Month and a half?
35,000 plus the.
That they have to get
plus
by
the
on
11 plus the
$200
11,000
at least.
plus the-
I guess my question, is there going to be $35,000 then to
They
July
have,
1?
they have money, they just have to move
Or they
it.
just have to move it?
Yeah, they can't spend it. They have to get permission, right, Carol? Like, the money
Correct.
exists in there from the fees from their users. It's just they can't access it.
Yeah, the mooring fees,
Yeah, they can't access it without a vote of town meeting.
right.
Do you know what the balance is in there now, Carol?
$230. Oh, the other account, the
In
total account?
the regular account?
In the waterways
Yeah.
account, I do not know.
That would be helpful to know.
Wait, next time.
Okay, well, I mean, I honestly think having the same number every year is kind of crazy when prices are increasing all the time, and it seems like we're cutting it close every year, but if this is what the waterways fund approves, then so be it, but if you want to hold it, because we're waiting on that grant thing.
If we could vote it, and then if the grant possibility does come through, I'll ask you to revote it.
Okay, I mean, I support this or more.
Okay. Move favorable action for the Waterways Improvement Funds appropriation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, so this is acceptance of chapter 653, section 40 of the Acts of 1989. So this has to do with, this is an assessor article, this has to do with using improvements during the, earlier in the year in order to count toward new growth.
Switches it to the fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year. And yes, that would allow us to capture more new growth, or just in it.
Earlier.
Right. Okay.
Is that what they're gonna say, instead of just saying this? Because that'd be great at town meeting if they put it in layman's terms.
Yeah, I'd have someone explain it to me.
The Board of Assessors will deal with that, yeah, I agree. And I can probably make that
And it
description a little easier.
it really gives you a one-time boost if you're fortunate.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I think
That's
that
right.
maybe it helps, I don't know, with forecasting.
Yeah.
I don't know, like you said, it may be like that one-time thing, but if they want to switch, I all in favor of everything being on a fiscal calendar.
Yeah, that makes
Agreed.
sense.
Yep.
Okay.
Move favorable action for the acceptance of Chapter 653, Section 40 of the Acts of 1989.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Okay, so this is acceptance of provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 333, Section 59. Oh, yeah, okay, I remember this one. This is a citizen petition as well. So this is authorizing the town to provide statutory military leave benefits and protections to eligible municipal employees serving in armed forces, reserves, or National Guard in accordance with Massachusetts law.
I didn't have time to research this one. I don't know if anybody knows the answer, but does it mean if I'm in the Army Reserve and I'm working for the town and now I have to go on 2 weeks duty, that I'm gonna be paid for those 2 weeks?
You'd be paid the difference, so you would be paid, you would be made whole
Yeah,
for
okay.
whatever that.
Isn't that already in their package? Do we have it like in their package or in
You have to
anything?
adopt the law. By the way, it's, the article, it says 33, but the motions all say, the article title says 333, but the article and everything says 33.
We don't have
I think it's
anything for
just
the town
33.
in any of the handbooks or anything that says if you go on any type of military service that you
I don't think
get your,
so.
get your.
So by
I'm sure
adopting
it's
the
in there.
law, it just allows them to, they would be compensated for 40 days of military leave per federal fiscal year. It says.
I'm just wondering if we don't have it already somewhere, just because it's military leave, it just seems interesting to me that we don't have it already. 'cause it just
40
seems like-
days?
This is I'm reading from the law itself.
Just because,
That's pretty generous.
like, everything I do, if somebody's in the military, it's already like built in to like a contract somewhere
I
that
was
says
just going to
that.
say, built into their contract
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, it says an
right.
employee of the Commonwealth in the service of the armed forces of the Commonwealth, the armed forces of any other state, or reserve component of the armed forces of the United States shall be entitled to receive pay without loss of ordinary remuneration as a public employee during the service of uniformed services, annual training, blah, 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 blah. And then it says, not exceeding 40 days in any federal fiscal year. Shall not lose any seniority or any accrued vacation leave, sick leave, personal leave, compensation time, or earned overtime.
It's pretty
Yeah, I
standard
don't
in a
believe it's in
contract.
any of the contracts.
I don't feel comfortable with a citizen position like this, just because I feel like it's part of already usually something.
So
like
it's
that.
coming to us from someone who is an employee of the town, who didn't have, there wasn't time to do it the standard way so it was,
Okay.
for lack of a better wording, it was easier to do it as a citizen petition and get it in than it was to try to get it to us, because he didn't realize, so.
And it's,
It was
you
a
said,
timing
Scott,
issue.
it's not in their contract currently. Like, there's no wording of
Well,
something like that.
This wouldn't just affect contract employees, this will affect all
Everyone,
employees
right.
of the town, including
Yep.
the school department that's part of the town. So, yeah, it's not in any of the union contracts and all that.
Okay.
Affect us, though.
But we also don't have to vote on it, they're not here to present it, so it's a citizen petition, so we can just let it go. I know who it is. He already talked to me about this particular thing. So we don't have to vote on it, though. Like, and he even said, because I said, should it come from us? Like, should we support the article? Should we present the article? And he thought it would be better coming from him anyway, just because he really thought this was in the best interest of the employees.
I
And
mean, there's nothing here in the town that says anything for, like,
Exactly.
even for the teachers or whatever, it's just, what's it gonna be the effect of everybody too? Like, I feel like, is that, I mean, again, how many veterans do we have, and how many people does this affect, and how much money are we gonna be putting into this? I get it, totally get it, it's just, the town is a lot of people, so I just wanna make sure that if we put this in, you know, I want it to help out people, I get that, all about the veteran services, but I just wanna make sure that we're not gonna
It's
step
not
us.
it's not a veteran benefit, it's an active,
I mean, the active,
and I don't believe it's gonna affect that many.
I suggest
We have asked.
and we just go,
I suggest we pass on it.
kick the can. All right, noted. Okay. Well, and for the person presenting the article, note that the Board of Selectmen would like to know the impact. All right, so acceptance of provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 60, Section 62A, tax title payment agreements. So based on what I see here, which I don't have much more information than this, it looks as though the tax title custodian is trying to be able to have the ability to negotiate repayment. I would defer to Carl on his thoughts on this.
how do you feel about that, tax title guy?
The treasurer here in Kingston, in my experience, has in fact negotiated informal payment agreements before. My only question on this one is, in the description, it says, with property owners whose properties have been taken through the tax title process. Then in the next paragraph, it says, the agreement can help property owners avoid foreclosure. Well, I think those two statements are in conflict. But, you know, besides that, I don't really have any problem with it.
And I think, so this one, 29 and 30, the question was from council that this should be done as a bylaw. And I've asked Ken, who proposed this, to, you know, give us how we insert this in the bylaw, so where it would go and sort of refine the whole article. So we could probably hold on it. I'm not opposed to it either. I think it's probably
And if we have to
another
hold-
tool that's a good tool, but.
If we have to hold on it until the fall town meeting,
If
I
that's-
wouldn't see a problem.
Okay.
Carl suggested non-urgent matters be pushed to fall town meeting.
Well, Carl, I agree with Carl, I feel like,
Carol?
I feel like I think taking out, already been taken, that doesn't make sense to me, but if I think it's up, getting them to not be foreclosed on, which is important, so.
Carol had her hand raised. Carol?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for Carl. Carl, the first part of that was regarding the tax title themselves. So obviously, you know, tax titles have to go through a process in order to get foreclosed upon. So once they're foreclosed on, they have that year for redemption. But the tax title payment would only, payment agreement would only be from the portion of the time from the tax title to time of foreclosure.
I think I understand, and it's a good reason why I hated anything to do with tax title.
Right, and we have a separate tax title custodian as well, don't we?
Right. All right, so let's hold this one for now, because that sounds like, and just based on I'm looking at the masslegislature.gov, and it says by bylaw or ordinance, so this doesn't
Which
do
was
it.
what the next article, they were kind of
I like
together.
30, I think 30
So I
is
think,
pretty, I think this is a good one.
This is a good one? You like that
It's a great
one?
one. I like
That's
that.
a hold as well, I'm assuming.
well, that is part of it, yeah.
Okay.
That is the actual language that we needed
Okay.
to incorporate that into the bylaw.
So we don't actually need this one, we just need this one.
That's, yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
So that's a big,
All right, so we're on to the zoning bylaw change for the residential accessory dwelling units. I know Carl had thoughts on the length.
Yeah, Valerie will appreciate my comment that this residential accessory dwelling unit Bible is about as long as the U.S. Constitution.
Thank you. The town council has asked us to put the entire language in. This was already voted last year and approved, and the Attorney General, in their review, looked at it and said that we need to make a couple of changes. I had written it up as like 3 paragraphs. Town council asked that we put the entire language in.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this isn't showing you the changes, the track changes that are actually part of the article.
Yeah.
I'm deferring to town council and putting the article in its entirety.
Yes, I understand.
Can you red letter the
No, but
changes?
yes, we do typically do that, though. It's just to show people where it is and give them context of the whole bylaw, so I appreciate that, Valerie. I guess, high-level review, you said minor changes, like just really small tweaks to different sections?
Yeah, they didn't like the definition, still including single-family dwelling, so we have to change it to more, or other than, so just dwelling, little things like that. They also had a comment about our setbacks, and we had a conversation about that and decided that we needed to refer to the accessory structure setbacks, so we made 2 other minor tweaks.
Got it. Thank you.
Let's move it.
Yep, I'm good.
All right.
Ready? No, they were tracked. There was just an administrative error.
I think when I cut and pasted, they just all got accepted.
Yeah,
We
it
did
happens.
Twice.
All right, Missy.
Okay, move favorable action to amend the zoning bylaw, section 7.8 residential accessory dwelling units.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and this one is my favorite. Proposed corrections to the zoning bylaw use table. Is there any way to explain all of this for those of us who don't look at the zoning use table all that often?
Yeah, so we used to, years ago, have each different zoning district written out in text. And in around 2016, 2019, before I got here, we hired a firm and we did what we called a recodification, where we took all those uses and we put them into a table format. And when we did that, we already in 2025 captured where that was done incorrectly, and a lot of uses were dropped out of the commercial district, and we fixed that at the 2025 town meeting. This is going in and looking at the commercial and industrial uses more so than the small retail. And, sorry, I can hear someone talking, but I'm not sure if they're asking me a question.
No, you're good, Valerie. Keep going.
So everywhere it's highlighted in yellow was an error on part of the consultant, and all of those uses were inadvertently dropped from our zoning. So all those uses need to be put back in, because that's tremendously impactful on our economy by having those uses having been incidentally and inadvertently deleted from the zoning bylaw. And I've worked very, very closely with Paul Armstrong to do this in tandem with him, and it's taken a lot of time to pull it together.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, Val, because this will be helpful for us as we move forward with the commercial districts.
Looks
Thank
good
you.
to me.
Sounds good. You're up, Missy.
All right, move favorable action for the proposed corrections to the zoning bylaw use table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Val.
All right, amend dog control bylaw. So this proposes waiving dog license fees for people over 70, which I would argue shouldn't be in a bylaw at all. That should be a policy decision made by this board, but that's for discussion, I suppose. It's also revising the bylaw to incorporate that acceptance and to align with recent legislative changes to dog licensing and kennel laws. But again, I don't see is this the underlined piece? Is that the change? I guess I'm not clear on which things we're changing, and I'm not super familiar with the wording as it was before. So I think, do you know, are the changes the underlined bold ones?
Do you have like a Reader's Digest version of the changes on the animal control bylaw?
Any chance?
It just espouses state law.
Okay.
I'm thinking the age break,
Hmm.
Rule 7 is not.
Okay.
That was a short version.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're all underlined in
Yeah.
bold from what I can see in here.
Mm-hmm.
And it really does just reference or change.
It had been,
The
this was
state
reviewed and worked, the ACO did work with town council on the whole draft and changes.
So we are making this motion, probably, right? We're presenting this bylaw change since animal control falls under the police department? Okay. So I support this generally, but I would take out the no fee shall be charged for a license of a dog owned by a person 70 or over, only because we choose the fees and the age and all that stuff typically for all of the other services that we offer, like the transfer station, even Gray's Beach. That's all decided in a policy as opposed to a bylaw. But you guys tell me what you think.
I mean, somebody paid for a dog license, somebody didn't. I saw it on Facebook, so it's like, hey, listen, it's like, depends on the day that you walk in there. I think it's just a matter of like, we should just have no age. It's like, hey, first of all, you shouldn't be asking anybody.
It's
their
what,
age.
$10?
I just don't think you should be asking anybody their age, but just leave it as it is. And just, if they can't pay for it, then
So here's the question. Do we just vote this as presented by animal control, or because we're presenting it, do we potentially amend that, like change that and just strike that line?
My only recommendation would be to check with council on that
Okay.
line. I don't know that, again, it's something that they worked on together. I'm not sure if there's any.
Yeah, I don't love all these dollar amounts in a bylaw, honestly, because if anything changes, it's gonna be a huge pain in the butt to get it back to town meeting and change again. That whole section on E has fees and everything in there, so anytime that needs to be addressed, you're gonna have to go back to town meeting and update the bylaws over and over again, so.
and I think 70 is a random age, 65.
But do you see the paragraph after that? It's on page 55. All of that has dollar amounts and things, which typically that's done in a policy, not in a bylaw.
I agree with you, Kim.
I see
that,
what you're saying, yeah.
I don't like seeing all these dollar amounts in here either.
Just the least number of times we can change a bylaw, the better.
Yep.
So hold this one?
So hold.
I guess, yeah, my only question, and I'll ask council, are those dollar amounts, are they set by?
They could be. The fines, yes, but the waiving of the license.
Is it like a
definitely
state
not.
regulatory
I
licensing
don't
fee?
know, but I'll check with council.
So what I would say.
Before we vote this one.
Okay.
What I would say on that is if it's already set by state statute, reference the statute, not the dollar amount. So that way we don't have to edit it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so holding that one.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's the 15 pages that we.
Okay, yeah.
Not there
Townwide
yet.
communication plan implementation. I leave this one to you because I
This
don't
is
know
all
this
me,
one.
but I
Okay.
think you will make the motion. So, this is something I've done in another community, I'd like to bring to this community. There's a couple components to this. The first component is our community notification system. Currently, we're working with the Sheriff's Department, which is, it's great because it's free, and I'm glad they're offering it. I think this town, and like many other towns around us, we're working with Code Red for the longest time, which was something that we, as departments, could each access and send out communications to the community as needed, whether it be something like, a storm that's coming up, or it might be the town meeting's coming up. It could be that we could notify a particular section of town to say that there is a accident in traffic, or another section of town to say, we're flushing water mains this week. So this would bring in a company that is actually the same company that hosts our web page, which is Civics Plus, or Civics Plus. And they do offer the same service. And that That part is roughly $10,000 or $11,000 for the first year, and I believe it'd be like $9,000 going forward if we decide that we want to continue with this. The other part of this includes a coordinated effort in bringing in, I used a consultant that helped coordinate the departments to, first of all, we go through everybody's webpage and website and make sure that links are active, things are up to date. We coordinate the messages that go out. We'll bring a policy to this committee, or to this board, to adopt a policy on social media use and how we message things. Those messages that will go out will be, you know, again, things on Facebook, Instagram, and then it'll be a live feed right on our webpage as those go out. And again, they may be notifications of town meeting, they may be notifications of an event or a storm of whatever. Another component of this is also a quarterly newsletter that we'll put together. A quarterly newsletter would be electronic, although there are some folks who have asked me if we do go forward with this, if they could have a printed version, which is something that we could discuss, how we would do that. But again, the quarterly newsletter would bring up topical things. If it's near town meeting time, it'll start talking about the town meeting and the process. It'll include employee spotlights, department spotlights, and this also coordinates with the one thing that I've already started the process of in the first two tapings at the local scene, I believe they call it, will be with the police department and with the highway department, which quick 15-minute segments to introduce the departments and what the departments are doing to the community and give them an opportunity to find out and put names to the faces and get an idea of what is going on. And this was in response, when I did this in the my last community, was really in response to feedback that I got that there wasn't enough information coming out of town hall. People didn't feel as connected to town hall as they could be. So you know, this is, like I said, the first year would bring in the consultant, help us put it all together, introduce it to the board, bring the policies that go with it to the board, and then ongoing after the first year would be, we would bring into the budget the cost of keeping the Civics Plus in the community notification system, and if we continue on with the consultant or someone to do the newsletter, the cost of doing the newsletter.
I like it. I have just a quick question with the consultant that you're thinking about.
It would go out to
Also,
bid for the
okay,
consultant.
okay. So it'll do web design and accessibility and all of those things in that
Yeah, actually,
consultant?
one thing I talked with Civics Plus about too, is that we're not, there is an accessibility component to our webpage that we're not taking advantage
Yeah.
of. So they did actually offer a price up for
Okay.
that too. And it was very affordable, actually. That
Okay.
one wasn't very much. So I would tie that in with this and
Okay.
actually use that. And just so what everybody else, so within our webpage and ADA guidelines and the federal rules do require accessibility for people who are looking for things on our webpage, and it's kind of surprising. And I will actually, they're going to do a presentation for a department head meeting, but I think I can probably break down some of those slides for you folks too, just to
Yeah.
get an idea of exactly what it means. But it is something that we should be doing, so, and that's a real easy fix.
Yep.
We're doing that at the college, and it's crazy, because even in like a PowerPoint presentation or whatever you have to get that, the ADA device. It's pretty, there's a bunch of software out there too, that you can, you know, plug it in and make it easier, so that's a really great idea. But I think, especially with the ADA, but I mean, just seen this place like 6 years ago, it was, we
So-
got a new website, crazy.
Keith brought, our prior town administrator brought forward a PR firm, similar idea, similar concept. There are a lot of communities that have marketing people that actually work for the community, and their job is to create, I know,
It's
I
not
know
the
you're not
same.
asking for that, but their job is to create newsletters and update websites and do whatever, social media blasts and whatnot. I realize it's different, similar idea, but handled differently, because obviously employees come with benefits and other costs associated with them. I think if this is something that we want to pursue, and I realize we don't have it right now, but if this is something we want to pursue, we would need to be thinking about it as part of the operating budget, because it would be an ongoing cost in the long run. And I understand this is a first year concept. I don't I don't know that I support adding something like this right now, given where we are. I know we're squeaking by this year, but that's my 2 cents in terms of financially. I just don't support it.
I will say, the difference between this and it is much different than using a PR firm, which I don't feel that we have any need for a PR firm. I think our department heads are all quite capable of putting together press releases, and I know I am, so.
Sure.
But it is important, and I think especially the newsletter part of it, because it does get a lot of information out on a quarterly basis. And it's difficult to do it in-house, though. In other things, other components of this are difficult to monitor in-house, which we can do and we will try and do, but just the one part of this would be having it on a monthly basis. Somebody is assigned to meet with a consultant who will review their, so 1 month of the year, it will be the police department that will sit with that consultant and review everything that's in your webpage. What is in there? Do the links work? Are they active? Are they topical? Are they, current? And are they accessible? So I do, and I totally understand. That's, like I said, that's why, asking for the free cash to get this up and running this year, but absolutely there will be cost associated with it next year that will have to be built into the budget. But if for no other reason, not having the ability for us to have control over getting messages out to the community with the community notification system, it just puts us at a disadvantage when we, and they do, it's a great product that, to a certain extent that we're getting from the sheriff's department and the county to be able to do that, but it's not, it's playing that old game where we go down the line where I'm gonna give the message to the chief's gonna give the message to a dispatcher down in somewhere, and then a final message is gonna come out, and it's just gonna be to only the people who signed up, and it's only gonna be through phone call. This system allows us to text, email, or call, or do all three, just one of the three, or whichever we want to do. So it's a great tool. Again, nobody understands the difficulties that we're facing, because all I've been doing is working on this budget since January 5th. So,
I know.
and the departments and the department heads have all been amazing to work with, and each one of them has, done everything they can to help balance this budget and to, be careful with the funds that they have this year, too.
I don't have any problems with the $40,000. I think it's a reasonable amount to, get something going. I do have a concern similar to Kim about on an ongoing basis, do I end up with, 3 years from now, we're looking for a director of communications at $100,000 a year or something like that, we've seen that happen too many times here. But I'm willing to, say, hey, I'll support this $40,000 going forward and cross that next bridge a year from now or 2 years from now.
When we get electronic signatures, we'll stop spending $40,000 on paper.
I will also say that I don't anticipate that the ongoing, I think that the setup, and I know that the first year is what would cost the most. Going forward, it would probably be more like, between the Civics Plus and having someone helping us with it, or could even be a part-time employee at that point.
If it's gonna cost us $20,000 a year going forward, I can find 10 from the fire department, 10 from the police department,
Oh, boy.
and I got no problems.
Oh, boy.
And I think, to be fair, the accessibility piece of it is important, and I know that there are companies that are out there tagging schools, colleges, towns for not having the accessibility, and that could create a fine for us as well at one time, yeah. So, I'm in favor of it.
All right.
Move favorable action for the townwide communication plan implementation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no, but I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I think it's good for the town meeting to vote on it.
Roger that. Thank you.
Okay, so transfer from stabilization fund for snow and ice deficit. think this is self-explanatory.
Yep.
We spent a lot more than we had allocated for, and you can deficit spend for snow and ice, and we did. Now we need to take some money.
As the conservative finance guy here, I think it's reasonable to take $500,000 out of the stabilization fund for this type of a one-time problem. If I had been taking, money out of that stabilization fund
Sorry.
over the last, 6 or 8 years, I might have more concern. But at least for the 12 or 13 years I've been heavily involved in finances in the town, we haven't taken any money out of there. So
right.
I think this is a reasonable approach to solve the 800,000 plus problem.
I think it's exactly why it's there, for moments just like this.
Agreed.
Move favorable action for the transfer from stabilization fund for snow and ice deficit.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And let's hope we don't have another snow year like that for a long time. Okay, long-term lease authorization. So this is authorizing our board to enter into a lease agreement with a wireless telecommunications provider, just on the water tank. So, I don't know, this is pretty,
And we- and
it's a
we-
revenue stream.
And we can talk next time around about putting the potential revenue stream against capital.
Toward capital.
Or maybe towards a communication plan.
Oh, there you go, I like that. Take
There
the
you go.
communication tower, make it pay for communications. I like that one.
Move favorable action for the long-term lease authorization.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go back to townwide communication plan. Who's moving that?
That's what I said.
Revenue right here.
Townwide communication
Townwide
plan.
communication plan. Who wants to present that? I voted no, so. Yeah, but someone has to. do
I
one.
will.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right, and then, snow and ice was finance committee, and then long-term lease. I can do that.
It's up to you.
It's fine.
Whatever you want.
I can do that, that's fine. Okay,
How about you say
so
select?
37
Oh, I
fund
think they should be fine.
lieutenants
You're gonna have
of
to
the
do this
Kingston Police Department agreement. We apparently already voted 4-0, according to my warrant here. Just kidding.
You actually haven't voted to ratify it yet,
Yeah, no.
so I'm wondering if maybe we hold on this? or-
Yeah, hold that one.
Never mind.
Hold. I mean, once we ratify it, I'm sure we'll vote in favor of it.
I hope so.
Okay, so this is supplement fiscal year 26 operating budget accounting selectmen IT.
This, not a hold. So
Hold, okay.
the selectmen right now is just I don't believe we're gonna need that one. Accounting payroll number is accurate. The IT budget, I think, unless, I don't believe I have that number yet, but I do believe that we had some licenses that went up during the year that weren't accounted for, so I just wanna double check that.
Okay. So hold
Okay.
that.
And question, if we're adjusting things from this current budget, should we, I think I sent an email about this, but should we address the lease that was, for that backhoe, that 7th year?
That would be,
I don't know if this
Carol
would be a
thing.
potential, because I know that we ended up using, I think it was the highway department, that, it was $18,000 or something, for that 7th year of the backhoe. That lease payment wasn't in the town meeting warrant last year. So I know that there were adjustments made at some point somehow, but I
Right.
wasn't sure if this is the opportunity to put that money where it belongs for fiscal year 26. If not, that's fine, I just figured I'd bring it up.
I saw the email, so I'll review it with Carol.
It was
tomorrow.
literally like 10 minutes before the meeting,
I
so.
know.
Okay. I just thought if we're making corrections.
I agreed.
Okay.
Okay, chapter 90 apportionment. So this
This just says we're taking the chapter 90 funds and using them for what they're appropriate for.
feels like it's a consent agenda item,
Oh, I like that.
doesn't it?
Do we do the?
You've never done it before.
I was gonna
remember
say,
doing
So.
what's
my-
changed, or
Well,
something we should have been
other
doing?
towns that I've been in have done it, and I put the, that's what I said to Carol, I'm like, I don't know, I mean, I never heard of anybody saying, give us the Chapter 90 money back, but I know that I've seen it in other towns that I've been in. So it was more like, we should just put it in because it's not gonna hurt anything to have it in there, and maybe we should have been doing it. I'll ask Kate if she
I
says.
was gonna say, does council, if council agrees, I have no problem.
She didn't tell me to take it out, she has seen it, so.
We used to vote the
We
annual,
used to.
accepting the annual report, which I always thought was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
That was always the first article, and it's like, it's already printed. Why are we accepting this?
Yeah, that's right.
It's crazy. Anyway, okay.
All right, move favorable action for the Chapter 90 apportionment.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
That's a weird word.
it's Rue.
I'm so tired.
All right, so amend general bylaw 748, open space. What are we doing?
This came in late from Matt, and I guess the Conservation Commission looked this. Apparently, for some reason, the Open Space Committee members are appointed by the town moderator. They are requesting that the Board of Selectmen be the ones who appoint the Open Space Committee members.
That's fine.
Not sure why, but they've asked, and
I think the moderator probably has their hands full finding finance committee members and capital planning members, so maybe that was the thinking, but
Yeah, that's an easy one.
I think that's fine. I don't object.
Move favorable action to amend the general bylaw 7-48, open space.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
okay, and the last two that you're gonna see were just some changes that I got from Val, and hopefully I printed them and did it right, but thanks for hanging out, Val, and
oh my goodness.
So you've already voted part of this article, that part one, number one of this article, you've already voted was the use table. And it's really, it's easy to see 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are just typos that we need to fix.
That's so funny. Okay.
Okay. Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, move favorable action for the proposed changes in the zoning bylaw.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Same thing here.
yep,
Okay.
more housekeeping.
Move favorable action for the proposed corrections to the zoning bylaw. Again.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That is the warrant, folks. All right.
Just one question.
Oh, no.
After all of the, based on this warrant, where we stand right now, after town meeting, what's the balance of free cash? I came up with 750 to 800. Carol?
She's muted.
I haven't even looked, I was not prepared.
Okay.
It's late. It's late.
My quick going through this, and I know there were a couple of changes afterwards, I came up with that we would have a balance of somewhere between 750 and 800.
Don't tell the capital committee that.
Okay, I won't.
Carol and I will be going over it, and, because I think that it seems a bit high, but
Okay.
it would be nice.
Yeah, because we're gonna need some free cash in the fall for the union contracts.
Right.
Right? We don't have it, if we're right at the levy limit, we don't have any other place to go.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, the levy limit as you see it now was with the House budget. The Senate budget was significantly higher. If you took the balance or the average of that, it does bump it up a bit, or our ceiling. So hopefully by the fall, we'll have that final budget. I would like to think maybe by end of July, we'll know what the numbers are, and we can just hope there'll be a little improvement there. But you're right, yeah, we definitely need to have a little buffer in that free cash. I agree 100%.
And, you know, my experience on the Finance Committee, and still as a member of the Selectmen here, I'm very comfortable with 750, 800K of free cash. I would not be comfortable with 250K of free cash.
That's too close. Okay. All right. So So the warrant is, it's 10 days prior, not 10 business days, but actual 10 calendar days? Okay. So next item is to authorize the town clerk to post the annual town meeting warrant. We still need to reorganize the order and whatnot, but I think you guys were okay with that, so to take a motion to.
I move the Board of Selectmen authorize the town clerk to post the June 6, 2026 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And minutes. Were there any edits to the May 5th minutes?
I did not have any.
No? And just for clarification, even if you were not at the meeting, you can vote them just in favor of accuracy, or you can abstain or vote no, it's totally up to you. But you don't have to abstain. I had no edits.
I move the Board of Selectmen approve the open session meeting minutes of May 5th, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What else you got to say? Anything?
That's amazing.
It's your turn.
I'm out.
You're out. Yeah, I'm tired.
Okay.
So we said we were gonna meet the 2nd and 4th, but we still need to meet June 2nd because that's the meeting before town meeting, so I think we should keep that one, yeah? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
That's our next regular scheduled
Just
meeting.
in
It's the
case.
Tuesday before town meeting. I think that gives us, just in case something else comes up. And if we need to vote, if we need to have a special meeting to vote any of those articles that are currently held, we'll be in touch, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any selectmen comments?
Thanks for voting us in, and thanks for the 4-hour first meeting. This is amazing. It's been amazing.
You're welcome. You can thank Eric.
Congratulations, you guys.
You can thank Eric. That's Eric Crone. I don't know if you know, he used to be on school committee.
Right? It's so funny.
Anyway, motion to adjourn, anybody?
Move to adjourn
Second.
at 9:40.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.